Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter became Lord Mortis, Master of Death and Shadows? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description, to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It was the 31st of July, a really important date for our little 4-year-old wizard, whose name was Harry. Today is Friday and the kid was doing a countdown till midnight, as always, celebrating his birthday alone, since his aunt, uncle and cousin considered him a freak. The child heard a loud bang coming out of the house. He knew, from personal experience, that noises weren't good at all, especially the ones of broken vases or mugs. Knowing this, he stood in silence. He was pretty tired, but he managed to hear some shaky footsteps, for him. It sounded like the ones of a rather old man. The child noticed that the sound stopped just outside the little door of his cupboard, so he hid between the blankets. He was trembling, just like before one of his uncle's beatings. Suddenly the door broke into pieces, due to an explosion. The little boy couldn't see, but he managed to distinguish the odd orange and violet cloak that matched his orange-pointed hat. The man looked furious at the little body hidden in the blankets. The white-bearded man even pointed at Harry with what seemed a wooden stick. The little and skinny boy was unable to protect himself from the man. As he was weak, he rarely ate and drank anything. At number 4 Pivot Drive, the child was beaten constantly by his own family. Since he was 3, his uncle used knives to cut him everywhere. A week ago something strange happened. His uncle came from work really late and he had strange behavior. His uncle opened the door and started screaming to the boy about his day at work. The man hauled his nephew from his white hair and threw him to the floor. Vernon was naked. The child realized what was happening. He started crying, but that didn't help. Instead it quickly, while moaning and screaming in pleasure, saying that Harry was only a bastard, unloved by his parents. Blood was everywhere. Harry was getting. He used to wish for a better place to live. To no avail. He had to cook and do the chores on his own. Sometimes he sneaked out to the basement. There were magic books of any subject. He learned how to read, write, maths, languages, manners and many more things. He was a prodigy due to his eidetic memory. Back in the room, the man saw the bandages around the boy's neck, torso and arms. Firstly he thought of killing him, but he ended up playing a bit. The old fool cast a sectum sempra, as he laughed at the reopened cuts and wounds. Harry was screaming his guts out in agony as the teacher used a breaking bone spell. Loud cracks sounded and made the man laugh even louder. Inhabitants of the house went to the freak's dorm, but as they heard the noises they went out of the house, to never come back. Somehow, in seconds, the house started burning. The man hurried outside and disappeared in the darkness of the night. The child was laid on his bed ready to die. It didn't matter to him if he was dying. He wanted to die. Many times he cut himself to prove that he was merciful. But it seemed that he was destiny's toy and that gods wanted him to keep surviving this hell he long time ago wanted to call home. In the end he, somehow always suffers. One of the pieces of the saint airs crushed with his right eye, making the child to scream in pain as loud as his damaged lungs allowed him, but it became a whisper. The eye started bleeding. The pale skin covering that area turned to a black and reddish color, making it obvious that was burnt. Harry felt dizzy and started coughing pretty bad. He used to have asthma when he was 3 and he was told that stressful experiences or olds could make the illness deathly for him. The kid expended 10 minutes coughing out blood till he finally stopped. The kid felt in pain. A quick reflection on a mirror was enough to see that there was no white space in the previously green orb. Now it was onyx. No pupil was seen and a crimson-red liquid was going out of it as if it was an odd water jump. Though he started passing out from the smoke of the flames around his body. Last thing he could see was a very bright and white light coming out of nowhere. The child felt loved and cared for the first time in his young life. He liked that light that was caressing his body in an attempt to calm him down and take away the unbearable agony that he was suffering. It was cold, yet comfortable. After that, Harry woke up in a new, strange place, unknown to him. Harry woke up in a new, Strange place, unknown to him. Our little wizard woke up in the middle of nowhere. Everything was dark, as the sky without stars or moon, simply black. He couldn't see his own hand. Suddenly a human-like figure appeared. It was wearing a black cloak, with a reddish liquid going out of its mouth. His eyes were a red pupil, blood dripping from them. Eye's face was pure bone, just like the rest of its body, yet it was tall, more than 180 meters tall. With the impression, I fell to my knees and I crawled away of it, due to my fear. Well, it wasn't exactly fear, I felt a push towards it. Somehow I knew that we two were related. That's why I tried to stay away. It scared me that I can be that close with such a horrible thing. Every 2 steps it did, I moved backwards 3 meters. Till I got no space and my back hit what seemed a door. It reached me its bony hand, mine was trembling, but still I reached it and took it. The figure helped me up with careful and grace. I was in pain, so we took small steps until we found 2 armchairs and a sofa. It picked me up with ease. I knew I didn't weigh much and placed me on the wine-colored sofa. It took plaque next to me and out of surprise offered me some tea, which I gladly accepted. I glanced at the figure, not knowing why I was frightened by it, because in first place, it is the only one who has been nice to me since I have memory. Then it placed its cup of tea down on the desk and spoke. "Excuse me, I don't know who you, sir, are. I just know that I was dying, and as I closed my eyes I saw this strange light and somehow I ended up here." I said to the stranger, "No, I haven't heard the story, mister. One question. Is the killing curse the one of a green light?" I realized that I have make a question, 10. F the rules was, do not ask about anything, so, I made myself a ball and waited for the first hit to come. Strangely I hoped it didn't hurt me, it has been so nice to me. I managed to see that his hand was raised, surely to punch me. But I felt it caress my jet black hair. I leaned into the loving touch. "Poor master, you can ask me anything. Yes, the killing curse has a green light, and to conjugate it you must say, Avada Kedavra. It's a dark spell and people suffer a painless death. Master, my name is Mortis, commonly known as Death." Death or Mortis started telling his master the famous tale of the 3 brothers and what he gave them. But of course it wasn't true, it was just that, and story people used to tell their babies so they could go to sleep. Not only that, the 3 Deathly Hallows were the first wand and invisibility cloak created by Morgana and Merlin, the stone well, the Flamels tried to create it, turning out to be the Philosopher's Stone. "Mortis, how can I be your master?" said the child. "I can choose. I teleport to search for the one that deserves the power to be my master. He or she must have a dark magic core, yet they must be innocent and must get through NDE, near-death expiry. Enses are death itself and come back to live, at least 2 times, and they must be powerful. But, see, Mortis, I am a freak, I don't deserve it, I am not powerful, I am weak, good for nothing. How someone like me can be your master? I'm not worthy enough." I said as a whisper, "What I said is true, after all my name is Freak. I don't deserve to be his master, I know that." I started sobbing with my arms round my knees, protecting myself from the world outside. Again someone laid his head on my shoulder and wrapped his arms around my waist. I trembled a little, not used to people comforting me when I feel down. "Master, you are worth it, and your thoughts about yourself are wrong. I have been searching for thousands of years till I finally saw you. You deserve the entire world," he said, placing his hand on my back and gently rubbing it, creating and smoothing feeling on me. "Thanks, nobody has told me those things before. I'm Freak, by the way," I said calmly to Mortis, leaning in the touch. I couldn't believe it. My own master doesn't know his name. Now I really want to kill those relatives of him. Somehow I feel attached to him, as a father to his son, but only in that way, though I have to recognize, my master is cute. "Master, you have a name, and it is actually Harrison Seal LaFay Phantomhive. Lord of those 2 families and many others, with a lot of gifts Mother Magic has given you. Now that we are done with the tea, I would like to leave you with your parents. They are super worried. Wait, first the transformation, your magic has blocks so this potion can break them." The same white light surrounded the little boy, making the guy forget about his last beating. His hair became a mix of pure white and dark blue, his eye stayed the Avada color, in the other one, the right one was black, he couldn't see anything with it, as it was black. No pupil, no iris was distinguished and his right part was burned. Magic couldn't fix it and within small touch it will bleed. The boy grew 2 inches and collapsed on the ground. The boy grew 2 inches and collapsed on the ground. Harry didn't remember anything at all. Suddenly flashes of images and videos played on his mind about his encounter with the bearded man and his meeting with death. To check that indeed he spoke to death, he opened his right eye. He saw nothing, but instead of being frightened about it, he felt quite excited. Knowing that the hours he spent talking to it were real, not a selfish dream, he opened the other one, now realizing that he was laid on a comfy bed. Its blankets were soft yet warm and they were dark green, similar to his eye color. He glanced around the room. It was simple. His bed had curtains in black. Next to it there was a huge balcony which probably had an amazing view, a desk so he could study properly, and his walls were covered by shelves. On those tons of books. In secret he loved books. He loved flipping the pages, getting a chance to continue an amazing story or gaining knowledge. There were 2 other rooms. One he suspected was the bathroom and the other one a wardrobe. He grabbed his black eye patch and tied it around his eye with a neat ribbon. He then decided to never take it off, not even while sleeping or taking a bath. His hearing became clearer, so he eavesdropped a conversation that was taking place outside his dorm. "No, he can't die," answered the voice between sobs, sounding terribly desperate. "Why are they worried about me?" thought the child. He couldn't understand why those unknown people were worried about a freak like him. He is like a child to me. I haven't seen him growing up. I old have taken care of him since Destiny talked about the prophecy. She said, feeling slightly guilty about the situation. She stormed into the room, so I started staring at her. Her eyes were big and had a similar shade of mine. Her hair was long and she appears to be 70 years old more or less. She came running to my bed and hugged me as if I was his son or something precious to her. For once I know how a motherly hug feels. When we broke apart I saw another man. He was older and shared some characteristics with the one that was in my cupboard. He was wearing a dull red cloak and he looks to be severe with people, but now he looks friendly. Something inside me, let's call it intuition, told me that I could trust them, that they were there to be kind of parental figures to me, that they were there to protect me and take care of me, to show me how a normal family worked. That was the second time I broke down. The well-known tears escaped from my eyes, with some blood too from the damaged area. They watched as the red and transparent drops fell down my chin to crush with the blanket. They first didn't know how to react since they stood there doing nothing. Then, the women hugged me and put me on her lap and the man came closer to us and rubbed his hand on my back, saying comfortable and smoothing things in my ear. "Thank you, Mommy and Daddy, for taking care of me." I felt a sudden rage power and with a finger I made pink fire appear, making a heart, in blue fire inside it. I wrote, "I love you." I let the heart float in front of my shocked parents. "Harry, we are planning on visiting some friends, wanna come?" asked Mum, getting out of the astonishment. I nod my head and with a flick of my wrist I changed my pajama into a blue cloak with a black shirt and trousers. "How is the place called? And what are your friends' name?" I asked. "The place, it's a school. It's called Hogwarts and their names are Salazar, Rowena, Helga and Godric. They are the 4 headmasters." They sounded confused, like not knowing why a child was asking that. Suddenly I disappeared saying, "We'll see each other at Hogwarts." In a pretty famous school of witchcraft and wizardry there were 4 16 years old talking to each other in the high table when a loud crack was heard. Nobody could operate in Hogwarts. Then everything became silent, every pair of eyes watching the small frame of the boy in front of them in awe. They were impressed because the castle's magic was getting attached to the child's one, making a link forming a pure white aura surrounding the tinny body. The 4 founders felt a strong pull towards the child. They went down the stairs and kneeled in front of him. The air was getting heavy, full of magic. The boy's magic was imposing. Everyone in the hall put their right hand on their left chest and bowed solemnly saying, "Nice to meet you, my lord." I smiled warmly at them. My magic core was completely developed. I felt my dark magic running in my veins. I didn't need to study it. Death told me that since I was a proper master I was worth of his knowledge. So I knew almost everything of anything. I liked to have this knowledge in my eidetic memory, they were useful. Suddenly the doors opened, revealing both of my parents. They also bowed at me and hugged me, telling me that I was a wonderful and powerful wizard, that they were very proud of me. I haven't told them yet about Mortis. I suppose I can tell them one of these days. Then I started to feel terribly tired, so I asked my father to pull me up and carry me to a dorm. I rested my head on my father's chest and fell asleep. After some minutes, I felt that I was laid on a bed and I smiled, knowing that my life will change for better. After some minutes, I felt that I was laid on a bed and I smiled, knowing that my life will change for better. The next day our little and super cute wizard woke up in a room. This time it was green. It was dark, but after all he was used to darkness. Dark was a well-known friend of him. The bed was soft, similar to the one where he woke up some days ago, though a little smaller and with heavier blankets. He headed to the bathroom shivering. It was cold. Oh well, of course it was cold. He was barefoot and the floor had an icy feeling. He took a shower and prepared for the day. He went out of the dorm and got down the stairs to find a room. It has an oval shape and its ceiling was high. There were so many sofas and armchairs, but he didn't pay any attention to that. Instead, he went through a black picture frame and headed to the Great Hall, or that was how the child called it. He walked elegantly and stopped when he reached the closest table of the four. The one that had his favorite color. This one was evidently green. He sat in the middle of it. He didn't like to be too near of the door due to the noise when the Gryffindors came, and he didn't particularly enjoy to be near the watchful eyes of the teachers. He made some coffee appear with a mug and stated drinking tea. He bitterly liquid, yet for him tasted like glory itself. Suddenly he heard a student shouting, "A unicorn has entered and it is crazy." People started screaming, making the confused creature trip and scream in pain. What he said, to my surprise, was true. Normally unicorns are rather pacific beasts. The black creature was jumping from one leg to another. Everyone run away of it, and the four headmasters were having a small problem calming everyone down. I could sense that whatever was happening, it was very painful for the animal, and something I detest is suffering. I can't stand when someone is suffering beside me. If I suffer, that is all right. I got up and run to it. To me it was struggling to breathe, as if breathing made the pain unbearable. I let out a sigh and called the only person that I knew to help me, since my parents weren't there to help me. "Mortis," I shouted clearly, while petting the horse-like animal's head. I felt everyone tensed and a black figure appear. "Yes, master," he said with a truthful smile. "Please, tell me there is a potion classroom with any kind of ingredients." I asked, hoping that the answer was positive. I started palpating the unicorn's uterus since it seemed to be swollen. When I touched it, the creature started whining. "Okay, bring me a pain reliever potion, a calming draft potion, a replenishing blood potion, a blue blanket, a big bucket of water with some shampoo in it, a pair of gloves, a scalpel with 12 centimeters of blade, some needles, maybe 3, some stitches, a mask and a scar removing potion, now," I ordered to the cloaked black figure. Everyone was watching each of my movements. The creature teacher was about to come near it when I set up a barrier around us. I started to do some tests on it. If I am correct, it has just gotten into labor. Mortis came exactly when I discovered a fail in the birth canal. I could tell it was hurting her. She wasn't dilated enough. Oki said, putting on the mask and the gloves, "I'm gonna practice a Caesarean on her." Mortis give her the pain reliever potion and a calming draft potion intravenously when I reach 1, 3, 2, 1, now. She was falling asleep. I had very little time to do it, and it was a complicated operation. "Mortis, scalpel." He gave it to me and I did the cut. Since it was a unicorn and its uterus is close to the skin, it doesn't lose much blood, but still there was a lot. I opened the bag and took out the little foal. I stitched the wound just in time, because it was about to wake up. I closed the wound and applied the scar-removing potion, which started to make effect as the scar was disappearing. I turned to the breed. It was breathing, but still covered in the platinum blood. I made an sponge appear and with the bucket started to clean both of them, giving at last the replenishing blood poti onto the mother and covering both of them with the blanket. The made a beautiful stamp, so I asked Mortis to take a picture, which he did. Then a white unicorn entered and kneeled to me, then started licking his female and breed, to recognize that indeed it was his little family. Thank you, he said to me once both of them were safe and sound. No problem, I answered him. Everyone started gasping as I wasn't speaking in English. Yet again I have so many secrets that can't be discovered. Not now at least. I stared as the three of them started to trot away of me. I smiled and waved at them, when the little E1 came back accompanied by his father. The elder one touched my head with his horn and made a black aura surround me. I found out soon that we were creating a familiar bond. He then licked my cheeks and returned to the forest. Bye, family, I said, waving at them, saying that we will meet one day. With a flick of my hand everything I used, except the blank, returned clean to their place. I sighed out of tiredness. Mortis held me close to him and sat beside me. He tended me a coffee. He was watching worriedly at me. Maybe I was a little paler than before. I used a lot of magic. I gave him a reassuring smile and drank my lovely coffee. I gave him a reassuring smile and drank my lovely coffee. My master was really pale. He was worrying me. He was drinking his now 4th or 5th coffee cup. Well, I don't exactly know how many cups he finished, but indeed he was bad. I could tell because he started shivering. It seems that I was the only one who noticed it. I also felt as a small piece of magic was going out of his body. He started pouring his last mug before shivering. This time everyone noticed it. He got up from the chair too quick, causing him to lose his balance and fell down. My head started aching and I was feeling cold. I then felt a strong pull towards something. I got up and fell down. Thanks to Mortis I didn't crush with the floor. I got up from it hands and run towards the forbidden forest. Not caring if I was being followed or getting lost. I didn't realize that I was getting deeper in the forest. I found what I was trying to find. I guess. A beautiful black snake with blue electric tongue. Its scales were of 4 different colors, one for each of Hogwarts' house. Its eyes were violet and big as if they were piercing my thoughts. I felt my magic surrounding both of us. Then an icy blast came out of nowhere and the snake creeped in my direction. She climbed and rested on my neck. Sweetie, my name is Harry Potter. It seems that you are one of my familiars, so, would you like a name? Asked Harry, following Hogwarts magic to go out of the forest. Master Harry, a name would be nice, maybe something in another language, Greek, Latin, anything you like, master, after all is up to you. Suddenly an idea popped on my mind. What about Stromae? It means maestro in Casefran, which comes from French. It sounds great, master. They head back to the castle, joined by Salader, who was collecting some potions ingredients for the first year's classes. Harry entered the feast just in time to participate in the sorting ceremony. They called his name and Godric put a hand on the boy's head, as he was used to do. But it consumed a great amount of magic and power, because you have to enter in head and search for the main memories, and with that sorting the student into a house. It can cause you to faint due to magic exhaustion and spend more than 5 days in bed. He was shocked when he found great barriers and traps located everywhere in the child's organized mind. He couldn't find emotions either. He returned his hand away as if it was burnt. Sorry if you cannot read my mind, Mr. Gryffindor. He said out loud, I have many secrets that you, neither others can know. I would like to keep them to myself, said the child once that the silence made appearance. The first occlument. How exiting. Well, mister, as you said, I cannot sort you as the others, the elder one said while panting, in need of air. Suddenly the boy made a stone appear and gave it to the teen. Sorry, but what should I do with this? Godric said, spotting to the rock and looking back at the boy in front of him. The child pointed at the normal stone. It was pitch black, definitely a normal rock that you can find everywhere, like on a park, on the floor, I mean, nothing special. At the time Godric started screaming his guts out and threw the stone as far as he could, but it went back and stopped suspended on the air in front of the 5-year-old wizard. Harry was waving his hand as the stone started changing. With a last flick of wrist, it changed to a ragged hat. The hat seemed to be very old. It has patches everywhere and cuts as well. It also had 3 openings that can be described as a mouth and 2 eyes. The hat started blowing. It was being surrounded by a yellowish aura, as if the castle and the piece of clothing were mixing their magic. That was exactly what was going out. After some seconds, the bright light ended and Harry got to his knees as he was panting badly. Helga poured some calming draft potion in his system and as a result he could breathe normally. Suddenly to the hat were attached 2 legs and 2 arms. It was like a puppet of a hat. Harry tentatively touched its surface, as to check that indeed his creation was finished. He picked it up from the floor and snapped his fingers. After that, the hat jumped from the boy's arms to ended up on its knees, bowing to his creator. "Hello my dear creation," Harry said with a childlike voice, not the serious one everyone was used to hear. "Hi, Master, I will help you with everything I can in the best of my." "Okay, as you said, I created you to cover up my necessities. Your name is going to be Alistair and you will sort from now on. The new students of this witchcraft and wizardry school, obviously if I need you for anything else you will help me with it. You will stay in the headmaster's quarters. If any person wants to manipulate you, something impossible due to the barriers I have set up on you. Still, if anyone want you to sort some student into the wrong house advise me immediately. You can send me a Patronus, just think the message and I'll come. If a student can't be sorted, just ask him in which house he would like to be, according to his thoughts. Understood?" I asked Alistair with a demanding voice and a glare. "Of course Master." Alistair would do his job perfectly so that Master can be proud of him. He said to me. I gave him a little smile. Finding myself happy with its answer, I put a charm against lice, powder and germs so that nobody can get infected and put it down to the tool. I feel exited for my creation. I hope this happiness can last forever. ... I feel exited for my creation. I hope this happiness can last forever. Well, as I couldn't sort you, boy, you can choose where to go, said Godric amazed to the 5 years old. The 16 years old director still stood there once the boy decided. It seems that little guy was in very deep thoughts since he wasn't paying attention at all at what was happening around him and his eyes were dull. It took him 2 minutes to say in which house he thought he will fit better in. I'll do fine with the 7th years from the Slytherin house, he said happily and calmly without blinking, leaving everyone in shock. Though he made as if that didn't matter, got up of the tool and put Alistair on it. Then he left to seat within the 7 years, at the middle of the table. He sit in exactly the middle of the green-silver table. He could see everyone in the great hall. What were they doing? Who were they chatting with? No, he wasn't an stalker, yet he loved to know where and what his enemies, or allies, were doing. It was rather useful. Students and teachers were watching at him closely since he got down of the tool. Some of them turned to speak with friends, others kept staring at him. He snapped his fingers. Just then the feast appeared on all the tables. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before eating this amazing feast, I must inform that the forest around the school is forbidden for all students. Our watchman told me to remind you that you mustn't do magic in the corridors. For first years, during classes you will gain points for a good answer or doing special activities. On the other hand you will lose them. Now that I don't have to add anything else, let's enjoy the feast. Harry turned to look at the food. He sighed. He was too tired to do anything that had to do with any kind of movement, but he knew he had to eat something since he was rather skinny and pale. He chose to eat some salad made out of fruit and he asked Hogwarts through their link to serve him a cup of Earl Grey tea. That one was his favorite tea even though Harry preferred coffee, but it was too late to drink it. Besides it was night and he isn't one that has easy sleeps. No, more like the contrary. They were full of nightmares. He slept to 40 minutes to 2 hours per day, nothing else. So he decided for best to leave the coffee and save it for tomorrow morning. He started taking small bites of his food. After 5, he felt full, so he started playing with the food on his plate, moving it around to make it see as if he has eaten more than he really had. Suddenly he felt as everyone started moving away from him. All the pair of eyes were on him, in those fear from him and disbelief or shocked. Harry was looking around to search the source of those eyes staring at him like that, but he understood everything once he felt a little weight rolling up his arm and locating permanently on his neck. The snake licked his cute master's cheek. He stopped playing with his fork and started petting Stromae's head with care and love. Because that was it. Even if he met his snake a day ago, he took a quickly like to it. He then realized something. so he sit up straight, nearly making Stromae to fall, and transformed a napkin into a piece of parchment. The piece stood floating in front of him, as he tiredly moved his index as if he was writing, which was true as beautiful words written with an amazing handwriting started forming on the yellowish paper. The snake was hissing reading the paper. I realized, I don't have my books and wand yet, so I am telling mother and father to bring them to me, only the ones of 7th year though. I said to my snaky friend, explaining what I have just written on the still floating piece of parchment. I snapped twice my fingers to make an envelope appear. On it there was written the words, "To Miss and Mr. LeFay," in very dark and bolded green letters with the Hogwarts stamp on it. Now I just need an owl to send it, I said, turning to Stromae, smiling maliciously at her. Everyone started to stare at us oddly, as if they weren't sure if I was real or a product of the human's imagination. Stromae started snaking away from me. I smiled tiredly at it. For now you, my dear, are free to go, as I am nearly to fall asleep on the table, but tomorrow you will not get away without delivering the letter, I said to Stromae, that was on the left side of the extremely large table. I was starting to close my eyes. I am not used to do magic this much. I felt the tiredness though my veins and my body was really sore. I started to feel a cold air surrounding me. It was very familiar. The temperature started falling very quickly, not like a Dementor attack. I was familiar to this one. Mortis was coming. The black-cloaked and bony figure took the little boy on its arms and pulled him close to its chest, as to protect him from the cruel world outside. I took my master with ease. He is still too skinny and he maybe weighs below 20 kilos. I took a good stare at him. He was pale. Maybe he used too much his magic. The problem is that his body is too little to support all that quantity on its own. So he ends up really tired after using it too much. I went out of the great hall and went to the dungeons. I flicked my hand and entered the common room without trouble. I entered a room with the title, Master, written on it. I put him on the bed and changed into a pajamas. I disappeared, leaving him in care of Stromae. I put him on the bed and changed into a pajamas. I disappeared, leaving him in care of Stromae. Mortis left his young master in care of the truthworthy snake as he disappeared. There were a lot of death that night during a Muggle war. The snake silently climbed into the bed and curled up around his young master, asking why his cute master had an eye patch on, even while sleeping. The snake felt tired too, so it started to close its eyes. I woke up with a bleeding eye. Due to that horrible experience I had to recall. I felt bloodied again. I felt disgusting, used, damaged, tired of everything that Liv has presented me. I hate myself for what I let the Muggle do. I started crying again. Suddenly I felt some weight on my bloodied pajama shirt. That was Stromae. It was scrubbing its head with my cheek, as its tail was taking of my eye patch. I started petting its head. As I opened my eyes for her to see, she was shocked to see my black eye. I took off to have a cold shower, go get the sickening sensation out of my body. When I got out, my lips were violet and my sin was translucent. I put on a white shirt, black trousers and a pair of shoes of the same color. I putted a band-aid on my bleeding right side of my face, with a bit of dictum on it. The aid band covered all of my right superior part of my face, and I put on my inseparable eye patch and tied it around it. I turned to see Stromae asleep. In the time I've been with her I can say she is very sleepy. We walked to the great hall. It was 6 o'clock, so there wasn't many students in it. I put an egg, bacon and some fruit salad on my plate. I then looked around the table. There was pumpkin juice, tea and milk, but I need dark coffee if I wanted to stay up during all my classes. I felt as everyone was watching each of my movements closely. I picked up the nearest pumpkin juice jar and transformed into a big coffee full one. I made a half-a-liter mug appear and poured the black coffee into it. Then it came into my mind, the letter I wrote yesterday to my parents. With a quick non-veer bow and wandless accio, I made the letter appear on my hand. I turned to see where Stromae was. She was doing funny faces after she licked the surface on my cup. I started laughing so hard that I nearly forgot my nightmare. For once I laughed without caring about anything. Stromae, could you give this letter to Mum and Dad? She nodded in response. Okay, I promise it won't hurt. With a flick of my hand where M.Y. Snake was standing. There was replacing her, An owl, a wooden black beautiful niblin owl with amazing big amber eyes. The owl gave me a disapproving look and started hitting my fingers with its beak to express her discomfort. I laughed once again. What? I have always want you to be white, it growled a little. Well, I said the truth. If not, you could just say no to delivering the letter. I would have used an owl from school. Did the transformation hurt? The child asked the now niblin owl with worry written all over his face. Thanks God he received a shake of head, because if not, the owl sweared its master would passed out in any moment soon. Good, he said. Relive now. Follow dad or mum's magic. It would guide you to their exact location. Dad's magic is similar to mine, just that mine is slightly more power. Full said the last part in a mere whisper so that nobody can get that part of the conversation. Now go Stromae. Be back in. Made a nonverbal tempest. Exactly 10 minutes. The owl nodded and took off to its destination as Harry served him his third coffee cup. 8 minutes passed by as the owl came back and sighted by its master's side, in her right leg, a letter addressed to the wizard. Harry transformed his owl back and hugged his snake as to say, thank you, and told her to go hunting a little. He knew that in Hogwarts there were big rats, as he heard twice some house elves talking to each other about those. He shook his head to take off those stupid thoughts and took out the letter. He chuckled, and with a flick of finger the letter opened itself and stayed on the air so the child could read. He chuckled, and with a flick of finger the letter opened itself and stayed on the air so the child could read. I just read the letter. Well, before that I gave some instructions to Stromae, in case she went to the Forbidden Forest. For example, if she found the centaurs, she must tell them that Mars is very bright today. If I call you, come as quick as possible, understand? She gave me a nod, and went out of the hall. Students keep avoiding me and her if we are on the corridors. I wouldn't care less about that fact. I opened the envelope and pointed at my eye and say and spell. To focus my eyesight, I nearly lose it completely. But my magic corrected that tiny damage of my left eye, yet I have to say the spell 3 times each day. When I was 3 each morning, my auntie would use a frying pan to hit my head. The 3rd time she did that, I nearly end blind, so now I must use this spell as a supplement to my magic. The note said, hello, Harry, you were right. We forgot to buy you your new supplies for school. We'll appear there in 15 minutes, with love, Mum and Dad. I finished my 5th cup of coffee and got up. I was too tired, even with my amazing coffees. In conclusion, I appear in the forest. I found Stromae on the floor, and next to her 10 rat skeletons of 10 centimeters each. She was definitely satisfied. I did again a quick tempest. We have some time to take a walk around the forest. We saw magnificent creatures that kept wanting me to pet them, even the acromantulas. That was incredible. Well, after that it was time to be prepared for my parents' arrival, so we went once again to the Great Hall. More like we appeared out of nowhere, sighted in the Slytherin table, because, you know, I can be very lazy when I get out of bed. I served myself a cup of Earl Grey tea, just when my parents entered the hall. Dear, we are here to buy you your new wand, though I highly doubt you need one and the books for 7 years. Said Merlin with loving eyes. Harry's hair changed into blue and his eyes in black. He didn't understand yet how this people could love someone as him. He felt something warm on his heart and he was frightened. He didn't exactly know what that feeling was, but he didn't show it. Sounds like a lot of fun, he simply said, but first I would love to go to Gringotts and search for some important archives and do some tests on myself. I suspect there are many things that are kept in the dark related to my person. I said, making my hair to go gray. Stromae advised me that fact and I quickly dismissed my feelings and elevated my occlumency barriers, so it could change into its original color. As you can imagine, it changes according to my emotions and feelings. We are going to the leaky cauldron and then we are going to that Gringotts business of yours. Harry, how do you know so much? Morgana asked her son. Here most of the students and members of the staff paid attention to the answer. Of course Harry couldn't really tell everyone how did he know that, so he made up quick. Ye have done some research lately with some of Stromae's help. Now we need to go. I got up from my seat, leaving my Earl Grey tea on the table. It was such a shame I could only take some sips of it. May took place on my shoulders and I appear all of us in front of Gringotts, since it was stupid to me to appear in one place to walk to another when you can appear into it. We appear on the white marble stairs. I nod my head towards the two entrance goblins in salutation and entered inside accompanied by my parents and leaving two shocked goblins behind. I stand in front of the first goblin without anyone who needed attendance. I waited patiently until he finally noticed me and without eyeing me more, he said, "I do not attend children." And he continued counting the little pile of gallons located in his left superior corner of its desk. I don't know exactly what I did, but I felt a rush of adrenaline through my veins going to my tongue and suddenly started to speak in another language completely different from. I am not a common child. I am Harry Potter and I come from the future. It would be really appreciated if you, sir, would help me with an issue related to my inheritance, so please could you help me? Everyone turned their heads to me like if I was an alien from outer space, as my hair started to change into a green Avada color. I changed it and followed Grimhook that was leading me through the famous bank. We arrived in front of a big wooden door where there was a little text in golden, where you could read, Gringotts, President. I turned around to see that effectively my parents were there to support me. To support this burden in their lives, such a freakish child as me. I started to feel nervous about the things we are going to find out. Thanks God, Stromae was there to keep me sane and sound. He showed me the way to a pair of scissors. This ones were made of colored black concrete with a silver and pointed blade. He instructed me in goblinhood to make a cut in one of 4 parts of my body. My throat, that has more magic, my toes, more blood, my wrists as there is an important artery there, so the potion would be exact or my finger. I chose my wrist as I made a maybe to deep cut, you could see a white thing there. But it didn't hurt or ached. I am used to feel pain, to endure so much that I cannot feel it anymore. I saw how the muscle and veins joined together as in the skin. It appears a new white scar to continue with my collection of self-harm ones. As their goblin picked up the covered in blood scissors and immersed them in a transparent liquid located in a bowl. As the goblin picked up the covered in blood scissors and immersed them in a transparent liquid located in a bowl. The kind of water potion changed into a dark red color with black on it. The goblin didn't know what to say at that time. Some words started appearing in the air. Those were written in what seemed to be black and dark flames. Where you could read the many potions the little wizard had in his organism. These ones were suppressing his magic, so once he killed Voldemort he could die along with him and Albus Dumbledore would rule the world, yes, the Muggle one too. After the long list of potions vanished, it appeared another one. This one was golden and was about the many lordships he possesses, Magici, Mortis and Vitae. As in the magical world Death was in charge of the Live 2 and Basica. LLY created all the creatures in both worlds, all the founders of Hogwarts, LeFay and Pendragon as his parents saw the enormous intellect he had, surprisingly the Potter as his parents died and he was registered to become the Lord once they passed away, Black 2. And lastly the Peverell, no airships at all, once that vanished it appeared a new list, this time gray, this one registered every single damaged or harm on his body as well as his inheritance. Harry tuned his head away as he saw the killer expression the goblin had, but somehow he managed to understand that it wasn't directed to him. He tried not to cry in front of the kind creature in front of him, as the list kept growing in length. He surely needed a kidney transplant. Lately his urine has become red, he struggled to breath when he did sport or just walking quickly. Well, Master, I would like if you stayed here to cure that damage. Also, you can be whatever creature you want, every single creature. Before I release you, I am going to give you your rings. One by one, the creature put on the table some little boxes made with basilisk skin and a few moments later the amazing rings were decorating the child's hands. In his right hand there were 5 rings, 8 of them were merged together. Gryffindor with Slytherin making a lion with a snake on its neck, Hufflepuff with Ravenclaw forming a raven with a badger, Merlin and Morga. LeFay and Pendragon were a white dragon with an M as a crown, Magici, Vitae and Mortis wear a sickle with a green aura and a wand. Then Potter and Black were AP superimposed by AB made out of W. Height gold with amethyst and on the left hand in the index a ring with the 3 Deathly Hallows on it, the Peverell's one. He had a grin on his face once every ring adapted to his fingers, feeling the power that were radiating. With only that, the little pain he was feeling dissolved, leaving a ghost pain on the abdomen. He felt all his magic growing inside him, feeling an adrenaline rush inside him, as his magic exploded. causing the office of the goblin to break the walls and lamp. Different creatures' inheritance will show up when you become 11 years old. The first one is going to be an OBSC. Eurus Merman and a white golden and royal dragon. Also thought your creatures are stronger and quite powerful. You are submissive and you can transform in whatever animal or creature you need once you reach 11 and your first creatures come to sight. You will feel pain, unbearable pain, but once you find your mate or mates, you'll be great. It was actually a lot of information to take in before you go, Master. Is there anything left you need me to help you with? He said with a quiet voice. Well, I would like to know if I have new powers. The whole conversation was in goblinhood. Harry saw how the little creature searched for a candle. He put it on the center of the desk and asked the wizard to put a finger onto it. The child did as he was told. He didn't burnt his finger, on the contrary it tickled him. White words started appearing on a black parchment. As the time passed by, the mouth of the creature nearly hit the floor. I got nervous, so I caught the parchment. It seems that I can do anything I wanted. Time travel without causing problems, even create new planets if I wanted to. Now I am considered as a deity. I said goodbye to the nice goblin. He was too shocked to even notice that I was gone. No one can search their way through Gringotts because they want their money to be safe. So each second the corridors change their ways, so the goblins were stunned to see the little boy in main corridor just a few meters away of the main door without a guide. He stayed next to the door waiting for his parents to come. He felt his magic core complete and powerful. He knew that he was more powerful than the founders, and his parents' magic joined. I decided to send a Patronus to them. An enormous basilisk of more than 300 feet came to the surface and liked his creator's cheek. Harry hissed something into its ear and saw how it left searching for his parents. Everyone saw as the giant snake went into the bank as the child walked with a lord's walk outside the building, to disappear out of sight. After that, two older figures followed by the ghost-like basilisk disappear in the same place as the child did. Tracing the trace of the kid's magic, they found themselves in a small shop they recognize immediately. Expositors were full of large amounts of large boxes covered by layers of dust that made you sneeze. The child spotted an old man that would help the kid finding a wand. Though he didn't exactly need one, since he was 1 year old he remembered to create tornadoes in order to put something in a high shelf. Well, the man asked the child which hand he used most, not knowing the strong items he will use in the wand. Well, the man asked the child which hand he used most, not knowing the strong items he will use in the wand. Sir, said the child to the really old owner of the small shop. Nothing of calling me sir. After all, I am just one of your servants. I am here to help you search your non-necessary weapon. Your wand is a kind of friend. The wand chooses the wizard, my lord. Were you aware of that fact? He said with a dreamy voice, raising one eyebrow. Well, your majesty, you can look for your wand, though I highly doubt you find one. Your magic is way too ending, the man said, taking a good look at me, as if he was messing around with my aura, but I think that is exactly what he is doing. The Ollivander family has had the power of watching the auras for so long. So they can decide what kind of core do you need. You are a difficult wizard to read, my lord. You might need to wait for a minute. I need to search for some instruments. I nod in agreement towards the old man, and then I took a good look at the man. He was taller than me. Well, everyone is taller than me, maybe 1 foot 73 meters tall. He walked with the help of a walking stick. He had a big swelling on the neck. That one was surely caused by looking down during a lot of time. He was bold and had a lot of wrinkles on his face, and his hands were calloused, maybe due to work with all kind of woods. He came after exactly a minute, bringing with him all sort of small jars, boxes and bags. I thought you were coming by when you reach 11 years old, my lord, but it's a pleasure to meet you, and besides it's better to start. Well, here I introduce you all the cores and wood, he said, pointing to a big group of things in the right and the left. Let your magic totally free. The box, jar or bag will give a white blow indicating that they have been chosen. I closed my eyes. One of them, I have that dumb eye black and I leave it permanently closed behind my eye patch. I let my magic wander around in the shop, not caring abo. Where was it going to, or what was it choosing? It felt amazing. Zootin rushes of boiling power. I felt as the power was taking the form of some kind of golden veins, entering my skin. Somehow I started moving my arms around. creating a beautiful symphony as many of the elements joined together, making small explosions of bright colors. I sensed the way the owner stared at me in awe, his baby blue eyes staring at me as if I was an alien. It went on for at least 5 minutes or so. The result was an amazing white wand with traces of gold. Some craniums were impressed on every part of the wand, with the exemption of the top. Those were black with platinum. As a handle it had a phoenix bone. This is such a magnificent wand, my lord, simply perfect for someone as you, he said, holding my wand. You couldn't make any difference between the core and the wood due to the mixed colors and magic auras together, but for wood it was a sakura that was in the possession of the Vitae family since the start of it. And as a core it has a phoenix green feather, a basilisk fang, a thestral piece of skin and a mermaid scale-colored red. All in all, it was astonishing, simply perfect. When I tried to hold it, I felt a rush of pain in my left arm as the wand came floating to me and crushed with my damaged skin, causing me to whimper in pain as I held my arm to me, trying in vain to lessen the pain. After minutes, seconds of agony it lessened, and instead of my already scratched arm, I found a magic tattoo of my wand. I tried to feel it, feeling shocked, asking myself why this kind of supernatural things are always happening to me. I sighed and realized that I had my wand on my hand. Just then I touched my arm again, and with a blast it returned to be a mere paint decorating my extremely pale skin. I gave 10 galleons, the normal price of a new wand, and left the golden coins on the covered by dust table, waving at the old man to say goodbye. I went out of the shop. I turned to see the facade of the building. Watching amazed at the beautiful spheres of powers radiating from the wands, at a point my sight started becoming blurry, caused by the sudden outpour of the different and colorful bright lights. I started feeling a little bit dizzy. I staggered to stand on my feet. I put a hand on my face, trying to get rid of the headache that was starting to form. I hold myself tight onto the railing of the stairs, to avoid falling on the hard floor. I went walking slowly towards the animal shop of the Diagon Alley, because in all that souse I was under, I felt a sudden magic link that was slowly leading me towards the owl's shop. I was struggling to stand on my feet with every step of the way. I definitely need to control all this new powers. I need to master them as soon as possible. Well, I entered the shop. That gave me a bigger headache, due to all the sounds the owls were making, asking if I would buy them or not. Then I felt that one of them was silently staring at me with cautious eyes. It was a phoenix. Too little to be 1 year old, I could carry it with only one hand. Its wing was swollen. I could tell that he was pure black, as the wings of a raven or a night without stars, with very big light amber eyes. Happy New Year to everyone. Remember, a new year can be the horrible continuation of the one before, or the start of the light. Then I felt that one of them was silently staring at me with cautious eyes. It was a phoenix. Too little to be 1 year old, I could carry it with only one hand. Its wing was swollen. I could tell that he was pure black, as the wings of a raven or a night without stars, with very big light amber eyes. I took a good stare at the little creature that was on my hands. Then the upcoming migraine started to cool down, to disappear. I then realized that every creature, well, more like familiar, should have a name. I decided it's gonna be Noctum. It's night in Latin. I held tight the little black ball. I didn't care in that moment about the fact that my parents were watching closely at me. I didn't care in that moment. I turned to pay for it as I was in a hurry. I've seen that kind of things before. Noctum can loose its wing if I do not operate now. I disappeared to Hogwarts. I run towards the entrance of the enormous castle. I wasn't aware of my high speed or my eyes' color changing to red. Just like a royal demon, Lady Hogwarts could sense my terror. Yes, terror. I truly was frightened about the well-being of my new familiar. I was hyperventilating when Lady Hogwarts appeared in front of me. Come, master, here you can take care of your little familiar. As she said that, 2 big pair of wooden doors appeared, with runes written on it. I entered the room, astonished at what I saw. It was an infirmary, more than 20 beds equipped with all the things a surgeon, a traumatologist and a doctor of both worlds would ever need. Needles, intravenous, any pair of scissors. I went out of my state once I heard a howl of pain coming from the small creature. I quickly asked Lady Hogwarts for help. After some minutes of cutting, join joints and bones together, the abnormal position of the wing and the swollen it had disappeared. I put a small L piece of stick so that it couldn't move it, and then I put a bandage around it. He was singing happily a rather beautiful song. I took him on my arms. It was 11:10 and I really needed to attend to my classes. I am supposed to be a 7-year and as I have my wand and books already bought. I let out a sigh. I am tired, so many new powers and extremely little time to practice with them. I took Noctum as he needs vigilance and Stromae with me to my first lesson of the day, which was transformation with Rowena. My god, I could tell this class was going to be boring. I came into the class, attracting a lot of pairs of eyes in my person. Rowena entered and made some notes to appear on the blackboard. I didn't bother to copy them as I already knew how to transform a piece of parchment into a. Students in Gryffindor said the spell, though some of its feathers were made of origami. Rowena prized her with 12 points, as the said student stared at me with an, "I am superior than you, look, how I hate that." Rowena then turned to me as she noticed how the temperature of the room fell 5. I shadow travel into the already started class. I took a place on the back and with a CKLE I made appear all of my potion's ingredients. This time I got into my own potion, the one I am creating to repair an internal bleeding in seconds. I was cutting all the ingredients in perfect little cubes of 3 centimeters. And extracting the substances of the aconite roots, mixing everything to create a royal blue-colored potion. The class started smelling as Vania. I got some bottles that I found in a corner of my desk and started pouring the liquid inside of what the muggles call a test tube, and put them on a rack. I sighed in relief. It was then when I noticed a pair of green grass-colored eyes, the ones of Saladaar. "Tell me, Mr. Slytherin, there is something in your mind. Would you mind telling me what is it?" I said, turning to see the young director that was sat next to me. "Master, please, I want to be your pupil. I want you to teach me. I want to be capable of doing this potions." "Well, Mr. Slytherin, that is a beautiful compliment, yet I must deny it," I said to the actual potions professor. "Is it because I am inferior, my lord?" "Because you deserve better," he said with tears on his eyes. "I cannot stand people crying. Before death came to rescue me, I wasn't able to help a broken or sad person, as I was incapable to feel anything at all." "Don't get the wrong idea, Saladaar," I said to him. He turned to face me. Impressed I use his first name. "I would be pleased if you were my apprentice, yet for that I need to pass the newts." "Master, you are capable of that," he said immediately. "I know, you'll need to talk with the others. This is an important decision and all of you must be certain about it. Remember, one wrong move and the checkmate will be done against you. Remember my words, future pupil. Take the potion to the infirmary." And I disappeared without a sound, leaving the potion recipe on my desk. And I disappeared without a sound, leaving the parchment on my desk. After that small talk with Saladaar, I went directly to the Great Hall to have someth to eat, as I haven't eaten anything since the morning. If a cup of coffee is not known to be a nice start of day. I sat at a free spot at nearly the end of the long Slytherin table. I sighed and took out the piece of paper where my schedule was written. I took a close look at it, and then is when I found out that I was having defense against dark arts with Gryffindors and then herbology outside with 7 years Hufflepuffs. It was going to be a rather boring afternoon since I already knew the lessons. Stromae got out of my robes to go and have something to eat. She brought me some water. I put on my empty plate some fish and mashed potatoes with a Caesar salad. I looked at my food, moving it around instead of eating it. Noctum started asking for attention, so I took him out of my pocket and put it on the table on a small pillow I made appear for it to stay. I gave him some roots and small pieces of fruit. As I started eating my own. Once the bell started ringing, I left with both of my familiars to Dada. I found Godric on my way to the class. He gave me a cautious look. It seems that I have attracted a lot of attention. I saw respect towards me. He gave me a small nod and we made our way to the class as he was my teacher. I sat at the end of the class. Stromae didn't come back well. It likes to be alone for a bit. I suppose she found big mice. I took out the heavy book called Defense Against Darkness for 7 Years by Melina Stark. It was the typical book that teachers explained the first 30 pages during the whole year. Godric entered the class with a relaxed posture. It seems that he forgot my presence. Let's see what this take us. Okay, class, today we are going to study the Expecto Patronum spell. Someone knows what is it useful for. As no one raised the hand, I did it. Oh, the little one. Do you know the answer? If I raised the hand, Professor Godric, it is because I obviously know the answer. Expect patronum comes from Latin. Expecto patronum means, I wait for a guardian. We use it to prevent a Dementor attack. Mainly to keep them away of us. I answered as cold as possible. Great. 3 points to Slytherin. Now turn to page 12 and read the theory, Thog. Harry here did a nice work resuming it. Then we will start practicing with the spell. I got into the lecture. I finished it within a minute. I read quite quickly. Because you learn that books are the only ones that won't leave you alone. They will be there for you, waiting on the bookshelf. They know everything and they keep in silence. That's what makes them, among darkness, the perfect friends. 15 minutes passed by until Godric said, now we may start practicing. He pushed the desks to the sides of the class so we got more space to practice. It may be difficult at first. The most difficult Patronus to perform is a corporal one. Normally they are like a silver smoke. He did the spell and it turned out it was a little lion, but it was a bit fogged. Then he let us use the made of stone and he could still breath, but he was destined to stay like that the next 4 hours. He probably wanted to take me out of guard, poor him, to make him feel a little better. I laughed at him and performed the spell. A huge swooping evil of more than 25 meters long appeared from nowhere. It was colored dark blue and silver gray. Its details were amazing. It made everyone scream so loud that the Old Hogwarts heard it, and even Lady Hogwarts made its appearance in the room. What is happening here? You are the older ones. You are supposed to be mature. She scowled us. Oh, who made this Patronus? Of course it's you, Master. Who else's? It is a beautiful and highly strange one. I haven't seen it in all my years at Hogwarts. Now I know what scared the hell out of them. It is completely understandable. She said, caressing that strange thing. After that she waved her hand and hugged the child. Next time, please Master, you should advise them before leaving them as pale as a parchment. Okay, I will, Lady Hogwarts. By the way, it was nice to see you. He said, kissing her hand, as a gentleman would do. She kinda blushed at the action and giggled a bit before turning into mist and disappear out of the room as if she wasn't standing there not a second before. I turned to the still unmoving teacher. I could leave him there, but I decided not to do that. People has done that to me and I ended up dead due to that. So I teleported his body to the infirmary for Helga to take care of. Then, once that was done, I got the book in the backpack, knocked him on my hair and said Stromae to follow us to my next class. Then, once that was done, I put the book in the backpack, knocked him on my hair and said Stromae to follow us to my next class. Dada was the most boring lesson ever, when Mortis gave me its intelligence and helped with my troubles controlling my magic. He showed me the Patronus charm and how to produce one correctly, even though as I am Death's master, I am in charge of them with basically all the creatures in the world. Muggle and Magic 1. I made a quick tempest. It was 4 p.m. I had trouble sleeping and my eating disorder doesn't help with anything. The next class was herbology and we were working in the third one. According to our Professor Sprout, the one that contains the most toxic plants for humans. Today, class, we will be working with Dittany, as you know from last year T. His plant cells are used to create potions, for mainly cure any kind of damaged on the skin, and it works for any part of the body, so it is really useful. I want you to protect your hands and arms with the gloves next to your Dittany bud, as the acid can cause an allergic reaction on the skin that was in contact with the plant. First step is to cut the root and straight its essence, pushing down carefully with you potions knives. Panicked, I obligated myself to help him, though I would rather prefer to watch the suffering classmate and enjoy his cries of pain and his ragged breathing. But oh well, I levitated him, and by passing my wand and waving it smoothly on the bleeding hand, the wound started to transform into a permanent scar. As the 17-year-old student was gaining consciousness, he turned to see that the pool of blood that has started to form disappeared and his clothes were no more soaked in blood. His reddish uniform was clean and neat. I got closer to the teacher. She was on the floor in a pathetic pose, as if she was terrified by blood. I caught a mandrake leaf and caressed her face with it. As her brown small eyes were starting to open, I could tell she was unsure of what has happened. By the fact she started to point towards the boy had been lying on the floor. She was humming something that I couldn't get, but I didn't care about it much. 20 points to Slytherin for helping in my class, she said to me once she recovered. I nod towards her. After that the day went on as slow as Dada was, so I was very relieved when we were dismissed by the teacher as she said that we had to do an essay about Dittany. I sighed and snapped my fingers as an essay appeared out of nowhere on her desk. She gave me a look that said, "Who the hell are you?" I made eye contact with her and entered her messy mind. Thoughts were going around like a tornado. Her mind was like the one of a 9-year-old child. As thoughts were spinning all over with not a single protection, I projected an image of myself and said in her mind, "Just someone you should take care from." I smiled, a malevolent and creepy one. I went out of the hormonal female's mess. I winked at her and did a graceful bow at her. She stared at me as if I wasn't human. In part she is right. Now that I cannot die, that is really strange to consider me a human. Stromae caught my attention as she said that I have spent the last 2 hours spacing out. I looked down at a Shakespeare's book I had been reading, long forgotten, on my knees as I was thinking of everything that has happened since I met death. I went both of my familiars to the bathroom to take a quick cold shower. After the beating my uncle gave me, my skin has turned a beautiful black, yellow, green and red. Drawing hot showers irritates it and makes it sting a bit, so from then on I take cold showers. I got in without my clothes on, took off all the glamorous, and for the first time in weeks, I took a look at myself. What I saw in the reflection was a monster. Pale, weak, useless little monster. That freak had word carved on his chest, scars on every part of his body, a bony and slimy body. I once again felt sick of my reflection. More than that, I hated it. I was done with the shower in barely 5 minutes. At home I couldn't take long. I covered my scars again and prepared myself for dinner. I went out of my bedroom to Shadow step the 3 of us to the Slytherin table, where I sat at a small corner. I poured some vegetables and fish on my plate, just a bit as I wasn't hungry. I alternate between my own bites and giving my 2 familiars food. I was the first one that went out of the Great Hall. I sat outside Hogwarts, near the Black Lake, as I need some quiet and peace. I was unaware, or more like partly unaware, of a reunion that was taking place in the headmaster's quarters. I am Hogwarts' master. I can be anywhere at any time. I felt my magic making a new paint above the director paintings. And I overheard some very interesting thing involving me. And no one talks about me at my back without me noticing. This is going to be so much fun. A laugh was heard. It sounded acute and very psychopathic. It sent shivers down every inhabitant of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade's spine and made the famous quarter to fear whatever or whoever made that sound. A laugh was heard. It sounded acute and very psychopathic. It sent shivers down every inhabitant of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade's spine and made the famous quarter to fear whatever or whoever made that sound. In the headmaster's quarters, the 4 wizards were staring at each other closely. The 4 had already an idea about who made that horrible sound. Their minds traveled to our little Harry. Then once that awkward moment ended, they continued with their reunion. He is NT like first years. We are used to know he received some stares. He interpreted them as, of course he is not the average student and he is with the say N years. Yes, I know that fact, yet he impressed me. I hate to admit it. But during his lesson with me he managed to give me a lesson about a new potion he created on his own. Said Salamander Slytherin with a grin on his face. That really was strange because he never smiles at nothing. He helped me 2 hours ago. A classmate didn't follow my explanation. I went unconscious and he saved his life, said Helga. In reality everyone was quite exited to me. Someone with that amount of power. On top of that he did his essay in less than a second with the correct length. I took a closer look at it and there wasn't a single error, nor in the writing, and oh my, his handwriting was so clear and neat. What I say is true. Don't give me those stares. He made the parchment appear out of nowhere and the essay was already written on it. Okay, we get it. He is extremely good with everything. But maybe he is a seer and he saw how you said the work before you did. Asked Godric, thinking out loud. Oh my, Godric, you are using your brain. Said Salamander with his voice tainted with sarcasm. In my opinion, said for the first time Rowena entering the conversation, he is with the 7 years and it is likely we agree he is over the level. Hogwarts has he could manage to do the owls and pass them with O's. She added, creating an uncomfortable silence averted her interaction. Well, he does have the level. I'm going to give him a vote of faith. I trust his level. Salator said after a long pause. The rest were deep in thoughts, but who wouldn't? They have this amazing student that is better than the four of them together, and besides they were afraid of him. He indeed was a powerful wizard. They talked for an hour about the Estrange case. After that the four of them decided it would be said during dinner the next night in the Great Hall. Meanwhile Harry was on the edge of the Black Lake. He was enjoying the beautiful sight. The stars were reflecting on the calm waters. The big squid was playing with its tentacles, creating waves every here and there. Thestral came by and licked the child's cheeks. He laughed a little bit. Then he saw his first friend among with Stromae and Noctum. The little unicorn was quite happy to see Harry. Hey, how is your mum doing? Did she recover from the operation? Harry asked his very first friend. Hi master, she is good, she recovered correctly, she is resting in the forest with Dad. I sensed you were here, I just wanted to tell you. The time you operate mum. You were wearing what wizards called glamours, they were many. I just wanted to ask if you are alright. He asked me with worried black eyes. Don't worry little one, I am alright. He watched closely at me. I can ask you something. Herty, Dad gave me that name Master Ock. Herty, by the way you can call me Harry. Tell me Harry. The little one came closer to stay and sit by Harry's side. Taking care of his two familiars, is anything wrong? Harry's answer was to take of his glamours. He seemed so broken that didn't even seem like a human to the unicorn anymore. He was like death. Will you stay here tonight? I don't want to go back. His voice cracked in the last word. He felt how the unicorn came closer and licked away the eye patch. The pure creature started crying just like the boy beside it. I'll stay Harry. And the boy wished that was told to him before and from a human being that actually liked his person, but that was too much to ask for coming and knowing the dark humanity. He broke down again crying on the fur of the animal's back, feeling how it started moving his head on the boy's back as the snake started caressing his neck and the hatchling sing a beautiful song. His eyes started to feel heavy. It was now when he realized how tired he felt. He sensed a magic presence he knew very well, but now he couldn't manage to care at all. He focused on the smoothing song Nictum was singing him and the heartwarming moves his familiars and friends were giving him. He felt like that time he talked to death, amazingly protected and taken care of. It was a beautiful sensation he couldn't feel during a lot of times in his short life. He relaxed and lost consciousness as he traveled to Dreamland. Mortis was there since he felt from the other side of his connection how his master was breaking down. He really loved his master. He was so sweet and really nice and powerful boy. He had been treated horribly by his own family, though he didn't choose his master because he pitied him. No. He loved his master because he had the most purest heart he had ever seen. He didn't look after himself in favor of the people he loved. He was perfect. He saw that his master was in good hands. He saw the dark marks that surrounded his bright green eyes. Mortis was happy that his master was able to relax, at least for a bit. He made a soft blanket appear and covered the group. He made a spell so that nobody can notice them, nor touch them or sense them at all. He kissed his master's forehead. He really loved his new master in a parental way. And he disappeared after he heard a "Dad" coming from his master. That made his hard and icy heart melt. And he disappeared after he heard a "Dad" coming from his master. That made his hard and icy heart melt. Why started to wake up hours after Dad left him. For him it was a new experience. He supposed that back when he was a mere infant his parents used to do what Mortis did. He didn't know why, but he enjoyed the feelings of Death's emotions. He was treating him as his own child instead of a normal master treat. And our little boy was indeed in great need of a paternal figure in his life. He made a quick tempest. It was already lunchtime, so he shook his familiars' shoulders to wake them up. He was amazed by the great amount of hours he spent in Dreamland. Usually he would sleep for 3 or 4 hours straight before a nightmare came out and obligated him to spend the rest of the night watching at his very beautiful ceiling. He got up carefully as sleeping on the floor has provoked him a rather bad pain on his back. He did some exercises for it so that it would stop creaking around. The familiars stared at their master carefully. They really cared about him. Then, his familiars attacked him by throwing themselves on him. Then they made him turn so that his back was facing the sky and carefully started to do a smooth massage on his back, not with much pressure of course so that they wouldn't break it. Harry was really enjoying it. Once they finished, his back didn't hurt so badly, it just ached a little. He didn't want to go to the Great Hall to eat, he wasn't hungry, but he decided to go and have some few bites of something to prevent him of falling and entering the world of unconsciousness. He was tired of it, not only that, also to prevent his familiars to worry about him. He got up, followed by the little unicorn. Knocked him on his hair that worked as a nest for it and Stromae on his neck. He started walking towards the Great Hall as he was too tired for apparating there. He pushed the big oak doors and entered. Obviously he started attracting a lot of odd stares, but he couldn't care about them. Probably because he didn't look really nice, his hair was a mess and was partially covered by grass. Harry interpreted the stares as he was awful, so he waved his hand over his hair and his somehow green hair changed into his particular smooth blue and white one. It looked silky and nice to the touch. Everyone in the hall, including the 4 headmasters, seemed to be amazed by the quick change of appearance. He sighed and sat at his favorite corner of the Slytherin table. He let his familiars do whatever they wanted. Stromae moved to his side and started pointing at what his master should eat. On the other hand, Noctum decided the quantities Harry should eat, and the Le Unicorn, our wizard, decided to call Canis, started licking one of the boy's cheeks. That made his mood change into a better one. His usually twisted mood was still there, still he managed to form a little smile with his lips. By the stare his familiars were giving him, they were really satisfied by that single gesture of his face due to the link that existed between them. Harry didn't mind at all protection his familiars were giving him. Instead, he really appreciated it. For him it was a present from destiny. During his whole life he has been alone. He was embraced by loneliness and darkness until he died. Then everything twisted, but in a good way. Now he had a parental figure and friends, even if they were not humans. He enjoyed their company. He started eating what his familiars had chosen for him. He didn't pay any attention to what he had on his plate, he trusted them with this. Besides, he was in great need of this important people in life that protected you. He just enjoyed this moments he had with them. He stopped eating for a moment, wandering around the Great Hall. His eyes met with the ones belonging to the 4 headmasters of the school. He interpreted them as the typical, "There is something involving you, a matter of importance." Harry was sure of the fact that the message will be said out loud, probably to the entire school, maybe at dinner that day. He shrugged his shoulder, as if he was saying, "I do not mind anymore." After the mini conversation, he turned back to eating. He drank a cup of water, got up and left the hall in favor of going to the library. Books were his best friends since he basically was born. He liked to believe that his mother was reading a book while giving birth to him. Of course that was not true, though the little infant liked to say. The long and tiring, also painful procedure from that perspective. Books relieved him from pain. And they were the only people that stayed by his side. He loved to refer them as people, trustful people that would not turn their back to him. On the contrary, they helped him to forget about hours and hours of the awful world he lives in. He walked down the corridors, his feet leading him to the few places at school he liked to spend his time in. He loved the smell of old books, their yellowish pages in contact with his fingers as he turned them to see what was happening next, explanations waiting for him to discover. Information printed in parchment for him to look for. Even if Mortis endowed him with amazing intelligence, he still loved the books, obviously physical ones, not the ONES his Aunt Petunia used to read on her iPad. He lost track of time as he was sat on a small desk on a dark corner, surrounded of biology cal books and notes. He lost track of time as he was sat on a small desk on a dark corner, surrounded by biology cal books and notes. He spent in the library nearly 4 hours. Noctum started beating his hand, so he could go to the Great Hall and have some dinner. Harry sighed before, with a simple movement of his hand, all the pile of books disappear out of sight. He shadow-stepped him and his familiars to the corridor near the hall. People near that place started to stare at him. Probably they were not used at all to him doing this kind of weird stuff. Like he cared. He entered. Then it came to his mind the feeling he had. The one that told him, tonight there is going to happen something important. It is going to involve him in something big. He entered as if it was a normal day. He sat at his place as always. The food appeared and poured on his place some pieces of everything. Once dinner was over, Godric stood up with a spoon and a goblet. He hit it with the crystal to get everyone's attention. Now we have an announcement. By this time it was a death. Silence. We have discussed a lot about this matter. A student, a 7-year, will do his newts next week due to his amazing level. We have even learned a lot from him in the classes, though it is barely the first week of class. First we thought it would be better if he did first his L's, as he haven't done them yet, but those would be ridiculously easy for him. Whispers started all over the room. Some of them already had an idea about what the famous person was. Please, Harry Potter, stand up and join us. Finished Salader. Harry stood up, followed by his court, his familiars, and stood next to the wizard. Well, Mr. Potter, here is your exam schedule. As you see, you will have 2 kinds of exams for each subject, the practical and the theory one. Theory will take place in the morning from 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. If you have finished before the time goes out, you will immediately go outside to do the practical one. If not, you have a free period to study or revise, and afterwards you will have the exam at 4:30 p.m. You may go whenever you finish. Harry was really happy. Of course he didn't show it. Through the link he had with his familiars he could sense all the positive feelings they were sending to him. Okay, thank you Mr. Slytherin and everyone for this opportunity. He turned around and went to the most comfortable place he could think of at that time, the library. He could spend there hours. He turned on his heels with elegance and gave a sign to his familiars, who followed him to his small corner in the library. He went turning through every single shelving, getting a look at the books. His eyes weren't for nothing in particular, just a good book he could submerge in. After what seemed 2 hours of quiet reading, his familiars decided that it was enough reading for today. They wanted to go haunting to the forest, and besides he wanted to relax for a bit. Harry decided it was a great idea and went there with his familiars. Once they reached the edge of the forest, his familiars ran inside. Then they realized his master wasn't with them. The little phoenix, Noctum, wanted to be with Harry so much so, at the end, Harry in his green phoenix form took the little phoenix with his BCK, and for once he forgot about their problems to play a bit with the ones he found like family. Harry flew to the common room, his familiars following beside him. When he reached his bed he fell asleep, just by his head touching his pillow. The next day he awoke with dark circles around his eyes, but other than that he slept good. The time he spent with his familiars yesterday night relieved a heavy burden from his shoulders. Harry's week turned up to be smooth, his skills turned to be far from amazing. The professors from Hogwarts turned out to be impressed and proud for him. With that, the exam week came with all the stress that's supposed to the child. After all, he didn't have the normal age a wizard should have to do that exams. First it was charms, theory, because in the afternoon he had the practical one. He was sat alone in a sparse unused classroom. In front of him there was a man. He was bold, around his 40s, he was closely staring at the boy in case he did something he was not supposed to do. Though it was difficult to copy if you don't have anyone doing the exam with you. He had 2 hours and a half to finish the exam. He read it twice before starting. The questions were rather easy for him. Nothing he hadn't read before. He went through the exam doing every single question, not duplicating once with the answer. It was as if he already knew the exact questions. Only 1 hour had passed when he finished the test. So much time was left. He knew it was a waste of time to revise something that is perfectly done, so instead, he decided to practice for the one he was having in the afternoon. Harry took his wand out. He made the Patronus charm, enchanted a paper ball to fly around, and played with his Patronus as if it was a mere dog, throwing the ball at him for it to catch and give it back to him. The examiner was going to shout at the wizard to stop with all the noise, but he shut up with the sit he had. It was rare to find a boy playing with his Patronus if he had F1 and mastering that enormous amount of magic. He had been doing his work for 20 years yet. He was very impressed. The examiner was going to shout at the wizard to stop with all the noise, but he shut up with the sit he had. It was rare to find a boy playing with his Patronus if he had one and mastering that enormous amount of magic. He had been doing his work for 20 years yet. He was very impressed. He decided to leave the poor boy alone. After all, he was more powerful than him, and that was saying something. The time passed and the big bell Hogwarts had sounded, indicating that the exam had reached its end. Harry went out of the class with a smile on his face. He had heard a lot of fifth years complain about this kind of exams. They said they were too difficult, nay, hardly impossible to have. Oz a Ravenclaw told him before he entered the room, yet he did the exam as if it was a normal class activity. People wasn't used to him smiling yet, so if he passed by their side they will try and evade him. Harry's simile wasn't exactly warm, it was a demonic one, with all his pearl-like teeth showing. He went to the Great Hall to have a quick lunch before the second part of his charm exam. That meant that he had 1 hour left to do whatever he wanted. He sat at the end of the Slytherin table away from all the looks he was receiving. He had some light meal, just a plate of pasta and 2 small pieces of meat. In 30 minutes he ended his meal. He went straight to the lake. He stopped near its edge and stared at the calm surface. He saw how the big squid went out and played with other marine creatures. Suddenly he felt how a hand was placed on his shoulder on a strong grip. It was the examiner he had that morning. It seemed that he spaced in his thoughts for a lot of time. He turned and reached the hand of the elder one. He got up with his help, turned to him and asked, "What is the first charm, sir?" Hours passed. He was asked to charm a bottle to fly, a mouse to run around with the speed of a leopard, a quill to float upside down, then disappear, and last but not least a parchment to write the words you said on its own. It was rather easy for him to do the exam. His week ended quite fast. He did every single test the best of his ability. On Friday he had potions. For him, it was really easy to make potions. Back when he was with the Dursleys he used to go to the garden and search for some medical herbs. There weren't many, but he took great care of them. He could only use them if it was an important injury and he couldn't afford to open the drawer of the bathroom to take an aspirin. The beating would kill him, so he was remarkably good with plants, just like cooking. Both came naturally to him. Besides, he loved both a lot. Petunia used to be complimented due to how the garden looked. Oh, if they knew she didn't move a single finger. Well, the theory part of Transfiguration was a piece of cake. He ended the 10 pages exam in less than 20 minutes. The practical one wasn't after lunch like Charms was, it was as soon as he finished with the theory. He changed a book into a bird, a beautiful eagle with a perfect black enormous wings. A piece of parchment into a goblet, a golden goblet to be exact. To finish he made a Cerberus puppy out of a needle, though he did the last one because he was getting bored. The rest of the exams, such as history of magic, runes and arithmetic, were not different. Dada was similar to Charms. Though Harry was asked to defeat a Bogart, the examiner stared at the smoky monster. Seconds turned into minutes, 5, 10, 15. Nothing came out of the monster. The creature was as confused as the adult in the room. The adult then asked himself, the child might not fear anything. The creature saw that the eyes of the boy changed to a bright black for a second, then it went to hide in a wardrobe. As he finished he was told that his results would come at the end of the month. The blue-haired boy nodded in understanding. The result would be in his possession in about 4 days, then he smiled. The 4 days passed away quickly. He was having a light breakfast when suddenly, a white owl entered the great hall. It landed gracefully beside him. It extended its leg to the boy, a letter attached to it. The 4 young directors of the school knew the content of the letter, so they rushed to the side of the one-eyed boy. The missive had the ministry stamp on it. His familiars were watching everything through the link. Slowly he opened the letter. His results. They turned out to be all O's. On top of that there were written some notes from his examiners telling him that he had an amazing level in every single subject. In fact, they recommended him not to do the NEWTs, they weren't necessary for him. Harry was extremely happy. He really was. The problem is that he isn't fond to show any kind of emotion. He stood up and exited the great hall, leaving his headmasters behind with a rather shocked face. He was about to leave to the forest, to get reunited with his familiars, when an abnormal amount of magic entered his body. Hogwarts was trying to reach him. He let the magic from the castle to enter his core. Hogwarts was telling him to be its master. The castell's magic mixed with his own core. His appearance changed a bit. Now, his hair wasn't only dark blue but had a green, yellow and red stripe which he put into braids. His appearance changed a bit. Now, his hair wasn't only dark blue but had a green, yellow and red stripe which he put into braids. Harry went to the forest to have a nice time with his familiars. Which he had. He played hide and seek. Even if it was a game for kids, he couldn't play it when he was younger. In reality this was his first time playing it. Time passed by, then, reality kicked him. What was he going to do now? He was too young to even have a job. He sighed and tried to keep calm. He went to school again just to meet his parents in the front door. "Hi Mum," the child said to his mother. The woman took a closer look at her son. His eyes were a bit dull, but beside that he was as the last time she saw him. "Harrison, do you know how I got to know your marks?" Her voice was severe and made the boy in front of her shiver a bit. He was used to people shouting at him, but not in that mother-like form. He smiled a little. "Thanks God we had that familiar of yours. It sent us a copy of your results." She was pissed her son didn't say anything to her and her husband about his marks. She felt hurt. Maybe her son didn't trust her. "Harrison, your mother is right. Besides, we didn't even receive a single letter from you. Nothing at all. We were worried about you." The bearded man sounded also worried. The kid didn't manage to understand why these two people were worried about someone like him. "Sorry, Mum, Dad. I promise it won't happen again. Why are you both here?" He had been asking himself that since Merlin and Morgana came to visit him. "Well, son, we were asked to come over as our 4 friends wanted to tell us something related to you. I have an idea about what it will be." The man caressed his beard and head to the castle, Morgana and Harry following behind him. Harry touched his eye patch lightly. He had a bad sensation about all of this. He silently asked Mortis to come by his side as a ghost. He wanted to have his father next to him. In less than a minute they reached the headmaster's office. They didn't need a password this time. The gargoyle just opened the hole. The woman was the one to knock on the wooden door. "Why?" heard 4 different voices saying, "Enter." A blue-dressed woman said, "Thanks for coming this quickly, but I got a vision concerning this boy in the previous prophecy." The room suddenly was filled with a strange aura. Destiny kept in contando with death, and death found its master again. The prophecy said, "Death's new master would be little, beautiful soul of his wishing to die, he shall be rescued by the 4 who will treat him as a king. The 5 will be united. Time is the key for the 5 to be reunited. Be aware light becomes dark and it's not to be trusted. The boy who lived might not exist. Careful master, the spotlight is yours. Mates are waiting. Their lives will reach an end if the old fool enters their head." The room was in silence when she suddenly gasped and pointed, "Next to me, what is that?" All the heads turned to watch at me. Rowena's index was pointing at death. "Show up, Mortis." The skeleton showed up. Everyone was able to recognize Death's magical signature. "He is Mortis. You could say he is my father-like protector." Everyone was in awe. "What are you going to do now?" asked Godric. This time his question did make sense. "I don't know. I've already passed the owls. I don't know what am I supposed to do anymore. Maybe I need to find my mates. If I have to travel though time as destiny made us believe, then I must start preparing everything now. According to the minis, Try of Magic, I don't need to do the newts. In reality they were going to send me my masteries diplomas next week. Mortis here told me to become a teacher. This is too stressful. We can do that. Solid. Har said at the top of his lungs, Master will stay here in Hogwarts until he reaches the age of 18. Meanwhile he will be teaching for us. Anyway, we need someone to teach potions, as I am too overwhelmed by the piled up work. Everyone seemed to approve that idea, and so the next day when the gates of the Great Hall opened there wasn't a blue-haired boy with the Slytherin robes on, but the new potions professor, Professor Phantomhive. Students of all ages turned to see him. He went straight to the upper table and sat beside the 4 directors. "Are you nervous?" asked Helga to the boy. Of course. He was extremely young, but he was terrifying at the same time. That's why he was very respected in the castle by the upper classmates, the first years, the ghosts, even the creatures from the Black Lake and the forest. The blonde woman noticed the like the boy had to coffee, also that he was drinking his 5th cup. She knew that wasn't healthy but let it slip. The kid, deep down, knew he was nervous. Being a potions teacher is complicated. He was only 1. He had to revive every single cauldron. Potion making was art, though not much people could understand how beautiful a potion could be. He had seen in classes a lot of exploding cauldrons, people going to the infirmary because of their burns. He didn't want people to get hurt in his classes. He sighed and took a sip of his coffee. He spilled it. It was cold. Nothing is worse than a cold coffee. He pushed his cup aside and raised from his seat of the high table. He had first years to teach, definitely not a good start of the day. He headed to the dungeons. Thinking of an easy potion to make. He decided that one to cure small cuts would be nice for the first years to learn. He decided that one to cure small cuts would be nice for the first years to learn. It seemed that he was going to be late. Well, not that he cared a lot. After all, he had 2 hours with Gryffindors and Slytherins, thanks God that they get along well. He entered with a loud bang. Everyone was in silence. They indeed respected him a lot. Well, as you might know, I am Harrison Seal LeFay Phantom Hive. I am going to be your potions professor and may be called by such title. Now, can someone tell me the uses of magical vania? He sat on top of the desk and stared at the few whose hand was raised. One had a blonde hair with platinum eyes, a Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, care to respond? Yes, Professor. It is used to heal small cuts and bruises, as vania is known for its coagulating and healing properties. The boy smiled to the kid, who responded the same way to the 11-years-old Slytherin. Great. 3 points to Slytherin. Today we will be brewing the Cuctum potion. The instructions are written on the board. This potion it's used to heal small cuts and bruises. Turn to page 23 of your book. You will be awarded with 10 points if the potions is brewed correctly. You have 2 hours to come. Este the task. You may begin now. There was a lot of scandal. With the noise they were making due to them taking out their cauldrons and potions kit. Then everything you could hear was the noise they make while opening the books. Then silence, only broken by SM. All whispered instructions they gave to each other. He hopped to the floor and started to walk around the class. Everyone was doing fine, but only half an hour have passed. He turned to every single cauldron. The class smelled like vania ice cream by now. He turned to his desk, struggling a little bit to sit down. He was tiny. Once he sat, he took out some parchments and decided what potions I going to do with 6 years and 7 years. Maybe the liquid luck Felix Felicis with 6 years and the living death with 7. Yes, that is good. Suddenly I smelled burning. Weasley. Damn this boy. He added the salmon scales before the moon powder. Moon powder has to be first, because of its harmful gases. The book said that. The board too. I might not have explained it, but if you read the instructions carefully you could manage to do it correctly. I set up a barrier between him and the potion. The green liquid started to boil. In less than a minute it exploded, but it dissipated as it touched the shield I made. I was pissed. It turned out that he got a little burn. I gave him a little cream. Immediately it disappeared. I made an scan. He was alright, so I joined him with a Bert Greyback. He then started to read carefully. Mr. Greyback did stop him to cause more trouble. Miss Weasley was troublesome. I took care of his cauldron, which had a hole. Potion was on the floor, which a flick of my hand. Everything turned back to normal. The bell rang, announcing the end of the class. Everyone got up of their seats and gave me a little bottle of the potion. I told them to keep the rest for themselves. It can come in handy if they fall down or have a little accident. 10 people had the 10 points. The consistency was extremely good. The smell, everything. They were really talented with potions. Everyone went out with a smile on their faces. I levitated all the cauldrons and lined them up. Then, forgiveness. He said it was nothing. Asked if they knew what the potion was. A Hufflepuff. FF answered correctly, earning 3 points for their house. The 2 hours went by quickly enough. It gave him time not only to clean and practically polish every single cauldron used, but brewing a woe. FB Ann and read 2 books related with dark creatures and spells. He announced that he needed to have a sample of the potion, so with neat letter everyone wrote their name and the potion they brew. D and sticker it on the side of the bottle, then gave it to him so he could prove it, just like he did with the first years. Some of them were horrible. They didn't have the right color, maybe the color but in another shade. Yet he awarded them with 5 points, the best one with 7 points. He gave the girl a bottle he made. The winner has straight blonde hair. She was a Hufflepuff. Her surname was Diggory. She even blushed. Once he entered in the Great Hall, he went to Helga's side once again. The 4 headmasters were impressed by what they have heard from the students. They said that their potions classes were amazing. He knew what he was doing while teaching and that their potions didn't explode, that there was only one explosion from a first year. Salazar didn't know what to do. A kid is a better teacher than him. Rowena and Godric were impressed too. the kid managed to make every single student he had class with to enjoy potions. Besides, they made potions that are useful for them in the future. Even if the potions weren't supposed to be taught, as they weren't written in the Hogwarts curriculum. Definitely the years Harrison will work as a teacher are going to be interesting. That was the thought Salazar had. He stopped staring at the child and started digging in his own untouched plate of food. That was the thought Salazar had. He stopped staring at the child and started digging in his own untouched plate of food. And so time passed. Harry grew fond to his real parents. In reality, he helped the 4 headmasters making their masteries. Rowena chose to do it on charms. After all, she loved them. Godric did his on defense, Helga on herbology, and Salazar did his on potions. It took them good 5 years to reach their dream, but finally with Harrison's help they managed to complete it. As Master of Death he had some duties to do. One of them was to choose the next Dementor lead every 200 years. Now he was currently 18, he won't age more than what he has already aged. Besides, last year was the last one he was working as a teacher. He was now the school's headmaster. The 4 ex-headmasters chose to give him as a present the singular Phoenix Cowl. Lead foe for his birthday in front of everyone in the Grade A hall. The bird started singing. Then something strange happened. The phoenix started to melt into his skin. Now he had a strange tattoo, a red phoenix going all the way down his neck. Today he was working on the different papers of admission. As for now he had to do everything. When a Dementor came to Hogwarts, he appeared though the guards and told him to go though Azkaban. They needed him for the ritual. They needed to choose a new alpha. Harrison got up and thanks God he had finished with the letters. He pushed them aside neatly. He turned to his visitor and in his language said, "Let me catch my cloak, then I'll follow you. Go heading." He speed out of his office, changing its password as going down the staircase. He heed to the gates and informed his teachers of his absence with his Patronus. Death appeared beside him, to instruct him correctly. Let's say Harry wasn't used to be Mortis master. He went to Azkaban. The weather was horrible, it was raining a lot, he soon would catch a cold. He started shivering. Mortis was aware of it, so he passed him a black cloak which had the Deathly Hallows printed on its back. Harry stopped shivering and gave a small smile to Death. They both entered the prison. Surprisingly there was no sound to be heard, not a maniac laugh, not screams, just the Dementors breathing. There was a corridor. There were 2 lines, every single Dementor was there. Harry wasn't affected by their coldness as technically he created them. Well, not exactly, but as he was a Master of Death. Master. There are 3 tasks the 3 competitors need to pass. The first one is the easiest one. They need to drive one of the most secured prisoners crazy. The second task is more difficult. They have to resist the Patronus charm. That's where you act. You are the one who performs the spell, and last but not least they have to fight between them to death to gain that cloak over there. He pointed towards a cloak that was in a crystal cage. The cage was in the wall of one of the cells, the very first cell that was created. It was the most ancient cloak on Earth, as Dementors were the first to be created. The cloak is a symbol of power to them. They feel more powerful than the rest. They need to care for they pack, as most of the Dementors are caught by humans. Nowadays there are some dark spells that, as you know, kill them. Mortis ended the explanation, leaving Harry deep in thought. Maybe it would be a nice idea to forbid those spells that kill or harm in any way dark creatures. RRY came back to reality when the Dementors started to chant. The words were Latin, yet he understood most of it. Our Lord is going to be chosen. He must protect us. He must be a leader. Master of Death will be the judge. With his aid we will be fighting each other just for us to reach his embrace. Then our king would be selected. They repeated that over 3 times, as they didn't have a voice. He sounds were a variety of nasal sounds which was weird to hear. When they finished chanting, a rune with a 5-pointed star appeared and started glowing as a demon came out of it. The demon was powerful indeed. He made a bow in my and Death's direction. He wore glasses, he had hazel eyes and stood proudly at 7 feet 8. He was wearing a black butler suit. He obviously had made a contract before, though now he was free. The strangers said, "I am Dark Knight, Prince of the Underworld, Master and Dementors, let the first task begin." Soon 12 enormous Dementors followed him to the most secure place of Azkaban. The people in there were as quiet as the rest, though they did conserve some happy thoughts. Sadly they won't have them anymore. Dementors entered the cells and stared at their victim. Some them gave up quickly, others took some time. 2 of them couldn't make it. Their victim kept their happy memories for themselves now. Master, if you may. Harrison caught what he was saying. They went to the hall they were in before the first task. The Dementors who didn't want to participate or weren't capable decided to patrol the corridors as they normally would. Expecto Patronus. The giant Patronus was so bright that some of the Dementors only faced it once and decided that they couldn't take it any longer. The other 5 stood a little longer when 3 of the 5 collapsed on the floor. And they disappointedly flew with their mates. Now, the moment of the fight, you must kill the other to obtain the title. But there was a problem with that very last task. No one wanted to kill their friend. Enough of them were killed every day for them to kill themselves. But there was a problem with that very last task. No one wanted to kill their friend. Enough of them were killed every day for them to kill themselves. So, what they did to decide who was the Dementor's king was a talk. They started talking to 9 other one, deciding that the Dementor of the left was going to be the king as he didn't want to hurt humans. He just wanted to be left alone with his pack. So the other Dementor chose to kneel on one knee, his right one, in front of his rival. There, no harm done. He winner opened the crystal-like closet, and of course put on the ancient cloak. He kind of hugged the other. As he turned he found his pack kneeled around him. I did a little bow to show him my respects. Just as that finished they went to continue with their duties, patrolling Azkaban. So, Master, how was it? Mortis asked him, sounding quite anxious. He really wanted to know his master's opinion. This was practically the first time he had to do a duty according to his status as Master of Death. Well, it was fine, I suppose. I can't compare it to anything I have done in my life, but it was definitely interesting. Now I have some other business I have to tend. Then both of them went to Hogwarts again, finding out that they would need to travel to the future, though not actually the future Harry came from. They were going to visit a 9-year-old Dark Lord. Master. Rowena was shaken, just like the other 4. Then, his parents came to cite, we need you to change the future. Before you were born as Harry Potter there was a Dark Lord known Voldemort. He was a nice boy but Dumbledore corrupted his mind, driving him crazy. He started making Horcruxes, which you know they are objects you put a fragment of your soul in. In total he made 7, counting you and Nagini. Basically we want you to follow the prophecy. Besides you need to be reunited with your mates, as the sub of the grow up. If you don't find them you don't only going to kill them slowly but also you will be living the rest of your life in pain as you can't die. The other just nod towards Rowena. It is time for me to have my mates. I have done whatever I could do in this time, helped my 4 prodigies to reach their dream, found out that Merlin and Morgana were my real parents and helped the Dementors find their king. Shit, the Dementors. Even if I am going to travel through time they are still in need of choosing a king every 2,000 years. Mortis was amazed that his actual master cared for the Dementors. Through the mental link they both had he told his master that he was very proud of him. He said that they could talk to the Dementors and asked for their help and opinion. Okay, Rowena, Saladair, Helga, Godric. It was a pleasure to meet you all. To help you do your masteries, you are all in charge of Hogwarts. Lady Hogwarts, it is a pleasure you named me your master. I'll come as a potions teacher soon enough. Don't let anyone take your magic. Mum, Dad, I am going to miss you a lot. I don't know when we're going to see each other again. Hope it will be soon enough. I shook my hand. My eyes were puffy and blood-stained. Well, the only eye you could see as the other was covered with the eye patch. I disappeared to go to Azkaban. Master, what makes you come here? Asked one of the guardians of the door. I answered that I only wanted to go and have a talk with Obscure, their king. Kindly they walked me to the corridor he was currently patrolling. I waved at him and started spiking his language, as he didn't exactly understand human talking. I told him about the prophecy, who one of my mates was, and that of course I couldn't come here to help them choose their king every 200 years as I was going to his orphanage today after I finished here. He told me it was fine to come and do my duty as soon as possible, that they could live 3,000 years and as every single Dementor was why they got him as a king there wouldn't be any problem. Harrison left with Death and his familiars, except his beautiful unicorn. He gave the unicorn a little collar with a little bit of his magic and sent that would be permanent so that his unicorn could keep in contact with him. He got Noctum and Stromae with him as Noctum was still a young phoenix and a Stromae could vary its length. He took a big breath and took Mortis' arm. Death smiled fondly at him and teleported them to 1945. They appeared in front of a big house. The problem was that everything was gray. The paint of the walls started to fell off quite some time ago. They found people crying and screaming around them. They didn't care that much. Master, feel the pull. If your mate is nearby, your magic must be capable of feeling his. You must be capable of it right now. Indeed, not much after Death said those words he felt a strong pull towards the orphanage. He entered the gates of Wool's orphanage, the interior of the building was in no better condition than its outside. The gray was everywhere and falling off. You could even see some white beneath it. The green carpet had dark spots on it. Harrison went to where he supposed was the director's office. He asked Death to disappear or to make himself invisible, which Death did. He knocked on the white wooden door. He knocked on the white wooden door. An old lady came out of the door. She had a black dress which matched with her high-heel shoes. Her room was the only one where the painting wasn't falling at all. She had a flower wallpaper, too much violet for my liking. Everything was violet. The carpet, the flowers of the wallpaper, the paper sheets she had behind. I could sense how her eyes scanned me. I grew taller, well 5 point something. My bluish hair was neatly put on a low ponytail and had a dark blue ribbon on it. My eye patch wasn't gone, it was still there. I was wearing a black tuxedo, the ones Lord usually have, my layer of coffee-colored shoes and of course a little handbag. I got my right ears pierced. They both had a little lapis lazuli that matched my ring. I was currently wearing 2 rings, a golden one that had the Phantom Hive symbol and a blue one that was also made with the rock I said before. She was staring at me as I was food. Slowly she guided me to a chair in front of her desk. She slowly sat. Hello there, sweetheart. What can I do for you today? She crossed her arms on her front, making her breasts seem bigger. I felt as if I was about to puke. Surely you wanted to have some alone time with me. She tried to lean on me. She had a horrible smile pasted on her face. Death was starting to form beside me, revealing himself. I decided to speak and I looked at her in the most icy way I could master. She suddenly started to stutter. I'm not interested in you, ma'am. I am just here to do some business, which is to take a lost familiar with me. She looked at me again. She became quiet. His name is Tom Riddle. Hope you can localize him. She opened her horrendous mouth and said, Are you sure he is your familiar? He is weird and keeps doing this freakish thing of his. She was about to continue when I cut her. Don't worry. I can do that freakish thing of his too, so trust me. He is going to be as far as possible of this place. With an Accio I made the adoptions papers come to me. I piled them up and started signing them. It took me 4 minutes in total. Really, I've heard it takes more than 5 months to do this stuff. Well, I made her signing and the ones of the authority appear on the papers. I then ked her and walked away. Once I have done one respectable bow to her, after all she had the papers there. Harrison walked to where his pull came from, every single child or caretaker staring at him. The stairs stopped once they understood where he was heading to. He reached the stairs and went to the 3rd floor. He turned to the right, then left. The corridor only had one room. It was really dark. The paint there was green, not gray. You could see that the walls were first green, then white and lastly gray. The lights were gone and the floor didn't have a carpet and cracked a lot with every single step Harrison took. The walls were pretty close to one another, making the corridor extremely claustrophobic. I knocked on the door to relieve and small, "Come in," as an answer. The room was tiny. The little bed was to the right. Touching the wall, there was a table and a wooden chair. Beside it a door that I supposed it led to a bathroom. I'll ask later. Next to said door there was a wardrobe. A window made light enter the room. Then I realized that the window was broken. I sighed and turned to the boy. His magic was attracting mine, just like a magnet would. I had to remain still. Who are you? Asked the boy. He was young, still amazingly handsome. He was seated on the chair but facing the window, a book long forgotten on his lap. Are you a doctor? No. I am Harrison Seal LaFay Phantom Hive, and I would like to adopt you. I let my mask fell down as I smiled to the 9-year-old boy. I am like you after all. To show him that I made his book burn, then returned to the state it was in. He stared at his book. Then slowly stared at me in awe. So, I believe you are not a doctor, but I've got a question, Phantomhive, sir. Why would you adopt me? His smile changed into a frown. He is probably thinking of the answer he might get. I have to tell him the truth, that he is my mate, that I am his sub, that if he rejects me. I shook my head. My inner sub was crying just by thinking about the possibility of a rejection. I explained him, so, when I reach 11 I will go to this school named Hogwarts and also I will find out that I am your dominant. I nod. Please believe me, please. God, if you are there, make him believe me. I think this is a nightmare, but deep down I can say you are telling the truth. When will you come and get me? I pointed to the papers I had on my hand with a big smile on my face. He was shocked. He turned to the wardrobe and pulled out 2 half-eaten mice. I knew what those were for. I got on my knees and crawled to his bed. Under it a snake came out. It was little. She can play with Stromae. I called my 2 familiars to reveal themselves. I showed him Noctum. The phoenix landed on his shoulder and started to rub on his neck. Tom started giggling. I felt warm starting to form on my heart. Then Stromae came out. Then Stromae came out. Harry's paw. Tom was indeed impressed. Nagini took a liking to Stromae. Master, she smells like my long-lost hatchling. She started to cry. Well, shaking, but thought the mental link. I could feel her happiness and sadness at the same time. I was happy she felt that way, because if she wasn't comfortable around Nagini, I didn't know what would I do. Thank you. Master, you are the best. She started to playing with her new hatchling. Both started to go everywhere. I stared at the boy standing in front of me. I could tell he still had some fear in his eyes, but the hope he had covered the fear. Very well. Tom, do you need any help to pack? He nodded his head, and the few hints he owned and liked flew to a backpack he already had. With a light charm he picked it up, surprised at how little it weighed. I smiled towards him. Okay, Tom, now that you are ready we will go down the stairs for you to say goodbye to the people that had taken you in. Tom sighed. He of course didn't like the way his new mother, father, protector talked about the caretakers. They weren't there when he needed their help. They all let the boys hit him, insult him, break him. Tom had a little fear. He thought that he could hurt this extremely nice man that had talked him away of the orphanage. The orphan, though, that he didn't deserve what he was getting. He had this person stuck by his side and he knew he was going to break his angel, sooner or later, but he knew he will. He was so deep in thought that indeed forgot track of time as they were in the hall, waiting for the 6 caretakers to come. They waited there for only a couple of minutes. They seemed to be happy he took Tom away. Well, thank you for your help concerning my familiar. Now I am pleased we could speed up the paperwork. Tom, say goodbye. After all, you are never going to come back. Tom's paw. Bye, Mrs. It was nice to be around this 9 years. I was taken aback by the strange word I heard coming from Mr. Phantomhive. It was something like oblivium, no oblivio, no obliviate. The 6 caretakers and everyone in the orphanage were on a kind of daze. Their eyes were dulled for some moments. I felt as someone picked my hand and led me out of my home. The boys and girls outside were in the same conditions as the ones indoors. Suddenly I felt as if my stomach was hurting. Well, not exactly, it was so weird, as if my body flew inside one a peep. Then I started feeling dizzy. Thanks God I managed to keep the hold of Phantomhive's hand. I shot my eyes opened once I felt I was touching the ground. I was in front of a manor. It was elegant as the one of a lord of the Victorian era. The front yard was hectares long. At the end there was the mansion standing tall and proud. A carriage was waiting for us in the front gates. When I took a closer look to it I realized that there were no horses. There was nothing, though I saw how he saw longingly at whatever it was there. Instead of a yard it was like a forest. He held my hand and sat next to me. Then we departed to the mansion. Everywhere I turned was filled with rare creatures. I could identify a pegasus, a group of unicorns, some spider-like creatures. I decided not to ask. After some minutes we reached the doors. He pushed them. We were received by an skeletal figure and 2 butlers. He 3 on a neat line to our right making a bow. I nodded back as I felt that my backpack was taken away, just like my jacket. Then I saw that my protector was in the same conditions as me. Then I saw how his white shirt marked his abs and muscles, lightly making his curves to pop up a bit. I knew I was staring too much, then I turned my head in a nasty way, though in reality I was thinking of how good he was looking. Harry's paw. I felt Tom's pair of eyes staring at my body. After some seconds his look turned nasty. Maybe he doesn't like me. Maybe he hates what he is seeing. Maybe he thought I was lower than him and sees me as a stupid election of destiny. My thoughts turned way more depressing. My inner sub had started to break into small pieces, to shatter. I had to keep them all together. Or if I didn't want him to go away due to my weakness, because weak people like me didn't deserve such an angel like him. Of course, I know he killed my parents in the future, but it was war. In those kind of times, if you don't protect what it's yours or run away, you are going to end up killed. And besides, he had that old goat on his feet creating that false prophecy, or so I have heard once. Dumbasot. Went home before the attack and started speaking to his Phoenix Fox. Fox was like a friend. He took care of me when my parents went out with their friends and no one could take care of me. I felt as my sub was turning and crying its guts out. I started to shiver. I turned to Tom. I showed him his room and the vital parts of the manor, as after dinner he would have some time to walk it completely. But now I am going to take some anti-depression potions I had in a drawer of the bathroom. Tom's paw. Phantom Hive was very kind with me. He led me to my room, which currently was next to his. Though his was the biggest one of the manor. I saw for a brief time as his eyes turned dull, I could tell he was hurt. He entered his room after he showed mine and run to the bathroom. I peep in and saw the little bottles he was consuming. Once he went out without him realizing, I entered the bathroom. I read what those were. I read what those were. Tom's paw. First I inspected the bottle. It was little and there were 8 more in the drawer. They looked horrible, like a mix of green and black. I opened one of them. The smell was like used socks you have put on for 2 weeks in a row. Outside each vial, neatly written, you could read, antidepressive. Okay, so they were. Wait, did I manage to hurt my little angel in less than 2 hours? I am so stupid I didn't realize it sooner, ma. I should do some research on submissive behavior so as a dom I can look after him. After all, destiny has put us together somehow. Wait, I don't even know if he is telling me the truth. Somehow I know it is indeed the truth. But I am so scared. I haven't felt like this in my whole life. I am a little overwhelmed by everything. Maybe this is all a simple game. Maybe this is just another play all he could do in order to do his checkmate. My mind was so disturbed playing with me. At first I thought I was causing him to get hurt, then everything is messed up. I don't know what to think anymore. Some kind of heat coming from my heart made its way to my head. Hello there, my little corpse. The voice was deep, so deep that it was similar to the one a demon should have. I said hi. Then a conversation started about how I should read a book called Sub-Dom Relationships. I went out of my room once I acknowledged my inner voice was my dominant talking to me, though he repeated the same things Phantom Hive said. I exited my room just to meet with the 2 butlers talking about their master going out with Mortis till dinner is served. I nod towards the 2, pretending I didn't heard anything. I asked about where the library was in order to search for the damn book. They led me through a corridor, tuned left, tuned right, we went upstairs. When we reached the 5th floor we tuned left, then right. I lost count of how many times we turned. Suddenly the butler whose name was Sir Hot stoked, making me hit with his back. I looked in front of me. A huge double door was opened for me, waiting for me to enter. When I did, I looked around me just to see a couple of desks and leather black chairs. The rest was a pure maze on shelves covered by tomes of books. I turned to see that the butler departed long ago. How was I supposed to find the book? After a while it turned out I just had to say its title. I headed to the nearest table and sat down. In a few hours I finished the book. Okay, now I know that every single thing can cause him to break a little because he thinks I don't love him anymore, that it is all his problem, and because he is not marked, if I don't take care he would die. But I am not ready to mark him. They got this thing that is similar to the girl's period. They are in a lot of pain and have a lot of mood change. I must stay calm when that happens, as it says Had we could make our submissive enter in depression. My eyes widened at that piece of information. It says that if they think they don't feel loved they could commit self-harm. I then realized that He took 2 bottles of antidepressives not even 4 hours ago. I can't lose him now that I have just found him. Mr. Marvolo, dinner is ready in the hall. I jumped on my place and the book fell from my hands. Though before it reached the floor the butler caught it, making his eyes turn red for a brief moment. For this time and tomorrow's breakfast I will hide you to the hall. In case you get lost you can ask myself. My partner or master. Now please, follow me. This is the Phantom Hive Manor. It was constructed in the 15th century. The lord back then was a huge phantom hive and has been passed to the elder son of the family till it has reached our actual head of family and master. Words of the book makes echo in my head. They can commit self-harm if they feel they are not loved. Did I even say thank you to him once I enter my room? Did I hug him when I got out of my hellhole? Did I even ask politely his name, or I just cussed him of being a crazy doctor? The answers were no. Of course, I mentally slammed myself. I am so stupid, even if I didn't know I was hurting him. The food was served. I took a bite. I nearly said, but I let out a moan. I dug in the ratatouille. I lift my head. He was in front of me. Not in the place he was supposed to sit on. He took 3 small bites before excusing himself. I lift my head. He was in front of me, not in the place he was supposed to sit on. He took 3 small bites before excusing himself. Tom's paw. I followed behind him. His eyes were puffy and blood-stained. I hate see him like this. As a dom I should protect him, even from myself. I shook my head. I covered my mouth when he nearly crushed with the stare. He did some turns, unaware I was following him. I hid behind some armors, to cover myself in case he turns to where I am currently standing. He entered his room and quickly went to bed. His body was trembling. I could tell by the movements of the covers he had on himself. He was in a fetal position. I didn't enjoy the sight he offered me. It was causing my heart to ache a lot. He seemed to be frightened of me. I saw how he went out of bed to go to the bathroom. I thought that was fine though when I heard water running and I realized he had spent there around 6 minutes. I decided it was time to step out of the shadow and go to find my mate. I tried to open the door, but it was magically locked up. I didn't like it one bit. My heart started pumping like crazy. So I did as a normal person would do. I kicked the door down. The wood stayed there. Well, some stayed as a part of the door, the other was all over the bathroom. I started to try and look through the wooden powder the door made. I realized that Harry, my little sub, was on the floor, with his eyes closed. His face was pale and blood was dripping down both of his wrists. I got to my knees without bothering about wetting my trousers. I felt hot tears making their way to my chin. In that moment all I could think of was to carry Harry to his bed. A sudden rush of power came out of me in waves, the unconscious form of my sub making him elevate from the cold floor and taking him to the bed. I saw that his gray sheets were turning black. Help, please. I started shouting. I was feeling desperate. It was stupid of me to believe he was using me. Of course not, I was so dumb. I really thought this amazing creature would make me any harm. Did I really believe he was a bully? I feel ashamed of myself, please, someone. I started sobbing. By now, I was kneeled next to the pale body. Then I heard how the door opened and the 2 butlers rushed in. On their hands there were some potions. There were 3 vials of crimson liquid, similar to blood. Talking about blood, if I ever found blood tainting Harrison's wrist again I would do the same to my own. If he was suffering because of me, the least I could do was to cause me pain. I saw how Sir Hot, the butler who had red hair, started helping the unconscious body to drink one of the vials. Then Joel, who was the black-haired butler, or so I thought, started bandaging the deep wounds. Blood had started to coagulate long ago, so the bandage stayed white. They made a bow towards both of us, though they kissed their master's free hand before going. I stayed there, looking at the sleeping beauty, taking in every single detail. I felt a creepy aura, but I didn't care right now. My inner Dom told me that this presence wasn't going to do any harm to either of us. You know, Tom. I lift my face from the pale cold hand I was holding to see Mortis watching me closely. Harrison isn't from this time. He has gone through a lot of things. I saw how its eyes turned sad. Harry went through a lot before becoming my master. He isn't the sure young adult you met. He has a lot of insecurities he carries everywhere he goes. He was unsure of how you were going to react when he told you about the sub-dom stuff. He thought you would reject him straight away and he was left to die alone. I was paying a lot of attention to the words that Death was pronouncing. After all, it has only been 2 days. I don't know much about his life, so when he found out at a young age that he was going to have 4 mates, his mind started playing with him. Anything can cause him to enter in a depression, especially when it concerns his mates, as the dominants are indispensable for them. If they don't find their pair, it would be a matter of time to die. The same happens if they are rejected. If, for example, he found his other 3 mates and one of them rejected him, he is destined to leave a painful life, in which every single movement, including breathing, would hurt. His eyes were locked on the unconscious body. You are a good boy, Tom. Please, don't cause the people you love to be hurt. If not, I'll hurt you for hurting my son. My eyes opened. When I was about to ask for the relation they both have, I saw that the skeletal form of Death was gone and that where he was standing there was nothing more than some ashes. I turned to the angelic form of the sleeping boy, wishing I was able to see his eyes again. I felt tears running down my face, but I let them all fall. This is all my fault. Harry's paw. I felt a lot of excruciating pain going the whole way down my arms. The rest of my body was completely sore. I couldn't see anything but darkness. I didn't know where I was. I tried to move my feet, first the left. Nothing. Then the right. Again nothing. I was starting to feel desperate as I kept trying my best to move some part of my body. No one responded to my orders. I tried to keep as calm as possible. I managed to hear muffled calls. Someone was calling me. Then I realized that some kind of worm was grabbing my right hand. I let myself lean as much as I could to the heat source. I let myself lean as much as I could to the heat source. Harry's paw. I then started loosing the little conscious I had left. I felt as my eyes were heavy, even heavier than before if that was possible. I managed to hear what I thought were broken sobs. My inner sub smelled my dom. Maybe he was the one crying. No, that can't be him. I have done something wrong for sure. Maybe he, though I was just AF. Reek, like the Dursleys used to say to me. That makes sense. He is totally bored of me. I am just someone who opened a door for a 9-year-old child. Everyone could do that. Yes, the most probable thing is that he doesn't like me. I can understand. After all, I am just an Tom's paw. Harry's hand has stopped moving. My dom was internally too worried. In reality, I was worried sick myself. I couldn't loose him. He is the only person that has cared about him. The thought of loosing him now is enough to make me feel lightheaded. I want him by my side. In my mind I was replaying the scene I made downstairs. It was dumb to confuse him with a bully. I am not in the orphanage. I am in his manor, my actual house and home. This house might be huge and all, but in the end it makes me comfortable enough. It has that familiar air. I saw how his body became paler. His creamy skin has a grayish taint on it. He was turning, as if everything hurt around him. He wasn't the only one who was turning and twisting. My dom was suffering. He could sense that his sub was hurting because of him. For a mere second an idea came to my mind. I thought that he could be waiting and preparing for rejection, but I wouldn't let that happen. It was my duty to protect him. I have failed. I started crying myself to sleep. My eyelashes felt too heavy and the emotions made my brain feel overwhelmed by everything. I started closing my eyes to meet darkness. Harry's paw. I noticed that my body was sore. My wrists weren't hurting as bad as before. Still, I felt weird. My inner sub was better, not as good as I would like it to be, but I could sense a wave of sadness crush over me. I don't know where that came from, but it was starting to make my heart feel heavy. I tried my best to ignore the strange pression my heart was feeling. An idea popped in my mind. Was it my mate? I started thinking that he might not hate me for ruining his life. I mean, probably he liked it best there in the orphanage than here with me. Though I doubted that theory, judging by the way he was speaking to his caretakers. I suddenly got the urge to open my eyes. I did notice they weren't as heavy as before. I slowly opened them, only then I noticed my mate on my side. He was soundly sleeping. His face was a bit red. He was half on a chair that had been placed next to my bed and actually laying on my bed. It seemed that his hand moved to my side, nearly making contact with my own. The posture was surely painful by the looks of it. The sight was cute. I thought to myself that Tom have all his life ahead of him. He is just a 9 years old child after all, and he has 4 pairs. Thoughts he met one of them, which is me, now. I feel bad now, knowing that after all Tom is an infant and that I am kind of chaining him to my side. I shared my head to get rid of those crazy ideas of my inner sub. Though there is a possibility they become true. I shakes my head again, this time succeeding in getting rid of them. I then felt the tight cloth against both of my wrists. It's true. I committed self-harm. I am sure that they are going to leave a huge scar behind, well, some more to add to the ridiculously big collection. I sighed and gazed out of the window. I felt another presence in the room. I ignored it, even if it was death. I wanted to spend some time with myself, thinking about nothing in special. Hours passed when I noticed a move coming from the child on the chair, his eyes to open, and I turned my eyes to fix them to the sheet I had on a tight grip. I don't know why, but I couldn't manage to see him in the eye. Tom's paw. I looked at my mate. I knew I was young, but I could tell he was hurt. I took his hand and kissed his knuckles with care. His hand was tense, before relaxing it and leaned to the touch. I then pulled away and planted a small kiss on his nose. He giggled a bit but still didn't see me. I gently lifted his head to see me. I was hurt myself. This is something I want to gain. I want to gain his love. Ari, the name sounded a little weird but correct at the same time. I am young. Nearly 10 years. I know that what I did upset you. In that moment my mind wanted to fool me in the worst way it could. By making me believe you were a bully I used to have back in the orphanage. I'm so sorry. I was in the verge of tears. I really love you. I am new in the world of family. I promised myself that I could protect you, and I failed. I got both of his wrists on my hands and let the tears flow. The bandage started to soak. I'm so utterly sorry. I'm so utterly sorry. Harry's paw. I could tell that he was telling me the truth. Now I felt good. His arms were wrapped around my thin body. He started brushing my long hair with his fingers. I truly loved the feeling. Having him so close after the little misunderstanding we had was totally amazing. I sat on the bed slowly and patted a free spot next to me. I gave him the biggest smile I could master at the time as my body still ached. I sensed that he tightened the hug. I leaned into the hug and the heat source. Tears started. They weighed down my face, making small hiccups while saying, sorry, over and over again. I was sorry too. I caused him pain because of my cutting thing. Anyway, for mere seconds I stayed like that, just smelling his scent. Slowly my eyes started closing. Don't worry, my little king, sleep well. As your knight in black armor I will always stay by your side. Tom kissed my cheek. I shall always protect you. I smiled sleepy to him. Next thing I know was that I arrived to dreamland. Tom's paw. I held his hand and smiled at his sleeping figure. He recovered his conscience. He was good, sore but good. Just like that I realized that he hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. I went out of my love's room. I didn't want to be. Excuse me, Master Tom, I wasn't watching. Sir Hot stood in front of me. He made the traditional Japanese bow to me. His piercing red eyes were staring into my own. Do you need anything? I silently nod. I need something light for your other master. Chicken soup would be wonderful. Could you prepare some? He bowed again. I took that as a yes. He disappeared from my sight. I turned back to the room my lover was in. I sat down on the same chair and held his hand again. I was driving to sleep when I felt a pull of my hand. Harry was giving his back to me, his hand tightening its grip. I didn't want him to wake up, so I managed to pull the covers off him and take the free space he had created for me. Once I was in the bed I pulled him close to my chest and slowly started closing my eyes. Sir Hot's paw. Master. Tom asked me to make some soup for Master Harry. I don't know how my master is. He had been by our side. By ours I mean mine and my wife's. We have been chained to these house for generations. I becca use of the last contract I did with the lord of that time, Anuj. My wife came 200 years later with Elbidia Phantomhive, the very first lady that received the lordship of the family. Her last order to both of us was to protect the manor until the next lord came. When Master Harrison came to us, his first words were, "Be free, it is not your obligation to serve this family any longer." Nor Joel. Neither me could believe in those words. Master told us that we could think about it. He showed us the west wind which is now completely ours and ordered us to eat with him every single meal. To say that we were shocked was perfectly understandable. One night he told us how he ended up as Lord Phantomhive. He was a little apprehensive about his own story, but either way he told us the main parts. Slowly we became friends with him. I brought the bowl of hot soup with me. I stopped in front of my master's room. I waited there just in case I would ruin an intimate moment with my entrance. Once I made sure there were no moans, I entered. At first everything was untouched. Then I saw the two bodies on the bed. The little body of the infant was curled up by the side of the adult. It was cute. I went to shake the smallest body. Slowly black eyes stared into my own. Master Tom, I'm sorry to disturb you and Master Harrison, but I brought the soup you asked for. I saw as he woke Harry up by kissing his forehead and telling him, my love, come on sleepy beauty, you have to eat. I turned in the shadows the wardrobe created. Men, 2 more minutes, Master Harry said while turning his pillow so it would cover both of his ears. He could be childish sometimes, though normally he would act like a former adult, forgetting his age and making seem much older. It was good to see him act this freely. I'm afraid not. Harry, you need something to eat. Master Tom pushed further in the matter. This isn't going to turn out good. Harry didn't respond and Tom started getting on his nerves. He shouted to Harrison that he needed to eat something, that his body needed nutrients to recover from the blood loss. I can run for more than a week without food. No need to fuss over this. No one has, ever. No need to start worrying now. Master Harry's voice came out muffled due to his pillow covering his head, but we perfectly heard it. My eyes widened. I've known him for a little period of time, still he is my master. He takes care of my family. I didn't manage to repair the favor of freeing us of the chains that got us in here. It makes sense. He doesn't eat much, instead he has a liking to playing with the food on his plate instead of eating it. He used to only eat breakfast and twice a week he would eat dinner. He has this contexture that makes his skeletal. I counted his ribs once. I silently stepped out of the room. I've overheard enough for today. I silently stepped out of the room. I've overheard enough for today. Tom's paw. I stared at the little ball of sheets Harry was. I pushed the covers off him. I got the soup and submerged a spoon on it. I led the metal towards the closed mouth of my lover. At first he turned his head, just as if he was a child who doesn't like broccoli. His hand he pushed the spoon away, which made me pull all the soup on myself. I nearly glared at Harry. For God's sake, he was supposed to be an adult, behave as such. Suddenly I caught a glimpse at his bandaged wrists. I gave him a hug. Slowly I reached for the other plate and I took turns for him and me to eat. With a flick of his hand Harry made the stain of soup to disappear. Tom, thank you. I didn't know why he was saying that to me out of all people for holding me like this. No one has ever done things like this to me. Don't worry Harry, I smiled to him reassuringly. After all, I should be the one saying, thank you. You took me out of the orphanage. I'm sorry my behavior wasn't the best. Tom, I told you you were a wizard. I slowly nod. Well, in 2 years you will go to Hogwarts, as I told you some days ago. I wouldn't like you to enter and just know nothing. Pure bloods may think you were a muggle born if you knew nothing about the magical world. Some of the terms he had used didn't even sound familiar to me. Nonetheless I nod again to show I understood. If you want I can give you some classes. Of course, only if you want. I took some seconds to end up shouting, yes, please. He stated, laughing, though I didn't care in the sightless. He was cute when he laughed. Besides, his laugh was the best noise I have ever heard. Okay, we will start tomorrow, my little wizard. He clapped his hands and the lights wore off. I snuggled to his side and slowly went to Morpheus' arms, for both of us to have a good rest. Harry's paw. I was woken up by someone calling my name and a hand running through my bluish hair locks. I opened my eyes after a kiss was planted on my forehead. Harry, it is 9:30 in the morning. Sir Hot entered few minutes ago telling me that breakfast was already served. Come on, get up. We got up and got ready for the day. Today I planned that the first class would be Dada. After that we would do some charms, basics of course, then we would eat at 1 o'clock to continue with some potions. Potions will take us nearly 3 hours. With theories and practices the potion will take 2 hours. We both walked towards the kitchen. I sat at my usual spot at the start of the table. At the heading place, Tom sat on my right. I took 2 little pancakes with syrup on them and glass of orange juice and a yogurt with some blueberries and raspberries. Tom got an egg, some bacon, and the rest was the same as me. After we ate I led him to the room I conditioned for us to use and train in it. It had weapons covering its walls. Every kind of knife, guns, blades, shotguns, katanas. Every single kind of weapon you could imagine. Tom's eyes went big. "Do you know to use everything in here?" he asked, amazed. I slowly answered with a nod. "Wow. Now, we are to study defense against the dark arts. A subject you are going to study at Hogwarts, though we are going to study dark arts, not just only defense. I am going to show that the world isn't decided in light and dark. You are going to learn every single spell, movement of the wand, creature independently of their position given by the ministry. The ministry tends to fear what they know nothing about. That means dark magic, elemental magic, creatures and blood magic such as runes and every kind of ritual. Here with me you are going to do your best to reach my expectations," I said with my teacher voice. "Any doubt?" "No, Professor Phantomhive." "Great. We are going to start with little spells. These ones we are going to try them without a wand, as I believe you have a great control of your magic." Tom's paw. "First, we are going to study the Friendfire spell. Friendfire consists on making a form with the fire. Of course this is 6th year's level, but as I have seen you playing with small flames, I thought that this spell would do you good." I nod. I followed every single step Harry taught me. First it was a little flame, then it grew bigger and bigger, but it was out of control. It started to burn a lot and I don't know why. Harry summoned a huge ball of water that stated to take the form of some kind of animal. It was like an enormous cat with more than 11 tails. I remember I have read about them in mythology books. They were called kitsunes. My fire and the animal crushed. The flames grew bigger, just like the kitsune. I took a look to Harry. He was trying to reach my hand as I was surrounded by my own creation. Harry made struggles to breath. He also got on his knees while touching the floor. The floor started to shake. A sand tornado was forming, reaching the flames. The flames started to disappear. The kitsune and the tornado had everything under control. He tried to reach my hand, which he did. Accidentally I got a hold on the long bow he had on his eye patch. The cloth covering his right eye went off. Harry turned to the nearly extinguished flames once I was safely put behind his back. He turned to face me, both of his eyes staring into mine. I couldn't breathe any longer. He turned to face me, both of his eyes staring into mine. I couldn't breathe any longer. Tom's paw. Harry always wore that eye patch. I have wanted to take it off to see what it was hiding. But not like this. The flames were long forgotten. Both the kitsune and the tornado dissolved long ago. Now I could only stare at my Harry. His right eye was non-existent. Well, no pupil, it was black. That side of his face was red. Dried blood was decorating it, though it seemed to have been there for years. He stared at my own. I didn't realize when he took his eye patch from my hands. I started blinking. Gee, when I didn't feel the cloth on my hands. He had taken it and put it on its usual spot, around his eye, covering that side of his face with some hair. He started to go backwards a little when I tried to reach him. I didn't want him to fear me. He reached the wall and stayed there, trembling. Apart from that he stood still. Breaking sobs came out. I stopped in my tracks, nearly touching our hands. He hasn't cried like this before. Since I have met him. Though it hasn't been long, he had always had that huge heart. He has cried in front of me before. Yet this time seemed to be different. This time was making me to cry beside him. To console him in every way I could, just so I can put a stop to those muffled and choked sobs. He was whispering some words. I couldn't catch them, but I knew those were insults towards his person. I reached for his hands again, hoping that this time I wouldn't be pushed away. It seems that God did have heart this time, as I could sit beside him and hug him from the side, lifting the surprisingly light body of the 18 years old and making him sit on my lap. I'm so sorry. Probably you wouldn't like to be with a scarred person like me. I am such a waste of space for you now. So that is what is tormenting him now. My little sub, I am sorry that you are prisoned with me as fate has put us together. I did what my heart told me to do. I took his shaking hands again and pressed a little. I made him lift his face. Our breaths started mixing and I couldn't stop myself from staring at his lips. I was surprised when he was the one to eradicate the distance between us. Harry pressed our lips together in a slow kiss. I took some time to respond, but I did in time as I felt him pull away from my embrace. Something inside me made me took the control of the kiss. The kiss was rough, yet full of love and care. I realized that Harry's lips were slower than mine, that his movements were inexperienced, that made me smile. We pulled away. We were still hugging each other. Then he retracted himself. He adopted a feral position with his back on the wall. I'm sorry. B put both of his arms on his head as if they were creating a helmet. Was he waiting for me to hit him? I didn't understand anything. First his eye. I want RO kill the one who did that to my perfect lover's orb. How dare they? Secondly, why is he sorry? For what exactly? You were supposed to be the dom. How could I ever initiate a kiss? I have been told that I was a sub. I should start behaving like that. He was sorry for initiating the kiss. No, Harry, you don't need to be sorry like that. And I love the way you act. I snapped at him, but at that moment I just wanted to make him understand, please, I love you, just the way you are. I don't want you to behave more submissively around me. Harry's paw. He wanted me to behave like myself. I was relieved he wasn't going to hurt me. I stood on my feet. He deserved to know. He wants me, the real me, not the submissive one I forced into myself. I reached for the ribbon of my eye patch. He deserves to know. He deserved to know. He deserves to know. That was my mantra and I repeated it over and over again in my head as I pulled it down. Tom, you are the only one who has truly cared of me. Have a sit, please. He was shocked by how quickly I recomposed myself. He took a sit on the sofa. I sat beside him. It all started when I was 4. Even thought I was young, I can still remember everything, every single detail of that terrible night. I started to recall that night. It was comfortable to talk to Tom about that night. It has been my secret since it happened. Talking about it was, to say the least, difficult. Extremely so. My eyes were tearing up. It was oddly refreshing to talk about that accident. Emotionally it was as if a burden, a huge one at that, was lifted from my back. Once I finished I realized I wasn't the only one crying. Once I finished I realized I wasn't the only one crying. Tom's paw. By the mansion we were in. By the clothes he was wearing when we met in the orphanage. I didn't think about his life. I immediately thought that he was raised in a big family with lots of money and resources. Of course he had the eye patch on. But I thought that it was just to impose a little more. Now that I know his eyes story I feel pretty bad. I judged him the worst way possible. I noticed that there was something humid that went down my cheek. A tear. I was crying. I watched him. Harry was worse than me. He had covered his face with his hands as if he was ashamed of his eye. I know he had more things to tell me. I think so by the fact that he had been hugging a pillow close to his chest. His voice was also sore and sounded full of pain, just like his non-black eye. I hugged him. He let a little squeak out his mouth. He tensed up though slowly he relaxed. I'm sore. Don't be. He cut me up. It wasn't your fault, it was that old Mons. Tom, when you go to Hogwarts you need to be careful with him. He may be old but his mind is the one of a mischievous child that wants to make his mother buy as many lemon drops as possible. Now, enough of this, you need to be prepared for that moment. I believe we have some lessons to continue with. So now it would be an hour of charms. Harry's paw. Okay, Professor Phantomhive, may I ask something? He was shocked I could recompose with that speed. I nod, a little confused. The lesson hasn't started yet. So why would he have a doubt? Are you okay? Not much people have asked me that question before. I nod again. We went again to my training room. This time I made L the weapons to disappear into the wall, as if it was eating them. I clapped my hands and made some comfort pillows on the floor, some books, a coffee table with 2 water bottles, and of course I summoned the wand. Then I spot Tom to his seat. He slowly sat on his knees, just like me. Then he started overthinking. He was gazing, his eyes fixed on my covered one. He was preparing himself to ask me something. This question was personal, maybe a request. Professor, can you take off your eye patch when you are alone with me or at home? I immediately did as I was told. He used his Dom voice, me bay. Ing the sub couldn't do anything except what I have been commanded. I let the cloth fell down my face. I opened both of my eyes. He snapped his fingers and gave me a hairpin. I put it on so the usual hair that was covering my eye patch was up. He brushed his fingers with that side of my face, making the flesh to open and bleed a little. The area beneath my eye has always been delicate. With a small touch it will bleed. I shook my hand in order for him to stay calm and for me to make a coagulation potion to appear. I glopped the vial all down, not really minding the horrible taste. Now, Mr. Riddle, please open Charms for Beginners, on the page 9. Read its title out loud please. I rested my head on a pillow made of air that was floating behind me. The floating charm. Exactly. Please keep on reading. And take that pen in your left to write down the wand movements you need to master for this charm to work. He did as he was told now. Care to explain me how the charm exactly works? The charm's name is Wingardium Leviosa. The user must concentrate in the object he or she wants to lift, push his or her magic forward and into the wand, while doing a swift and flish and pronouncing the name of the charm. If it has been done correctly, said object would float as high as the performer wants to. I was proud of him. He got it all. I smiled towards him as a congratulation for his work. Okay, I think you are ready to perform the spell correctly. Follow my advice. Don't trust the book. The explanation is okay. Just imagine yourself lifting the book. It would be loads better that way. He tried the first time. Magic was around the room surrounding us, making the book to lift a little as Tom said. The spell, the fluck was too big, causing the book to stay on the air for merely 3 seconds. He tried again, following me with the movement. This time he managed to make the book fly over 2 meters above our heads and hold it that way for 1 minute straight. Amazing. And this was just your second time. When you arrive to Hogwarts, Salazar is going to be amazed by your talent. He is going to adore you, just like the other 3. Now, ready for some potions? I clapped again, making Eve writhing disappear in order to a potions laboratory to appear instead. The lab had everything a potion master could wish for. Every single flower, snail, feather, egg, hair or plant possible extinct or alive. Tom was amazed. He took his place on a stool next to mine. This time the book was a little higher. Its level was still the one of a first year, though the potions written on it were not easy to brew at all. Some potions masters had trouble to brew those potions because the ingredients were difficult to find, even if you had the right contacts. The potion was to cure small burns, simple to brew for a beginner. Tom read the instructions carefully, asking me for the right way to cut the ingredients, adding them and changing the temperature so that it would end with the right color. Tom read the instructions carefully, asking me for the right way to cut the ingredients, adding them and changing the temperature so that it would end with the right color. Tom's paw. The potion turn. Ed out to have the perfect shade of yellow. The book said. I locked my eyes on my subs once. I could tell he was proud of my development as he just instructed me of how to cut the roots. It was time for dinner. I really liked the day. Of course we had some trouble with memories, but he must tell me everything at some point. I want to help him forget whatever he has gone through and change those horrible experiences for amazing ones with me and the other 3. I hugged him close, reminding him on the proses that he must eat something this time. He tried to hide his face behind his hands. He was so cute. You were right, Tom. The problem is that, as you know, I am not a huge fan of food. Well, now let's head to the kitchen. I nod. He wasn't looking forward for food, but for me, he would do anything. We head to the kitchen where we already found the table set up. Sir Hot was waiting for us, motioning us to take a sit, and Joel had our plates served. I took a closer look. Harry's was smaller than mine, but contained every single nutrient he might need, a balanced plate. We started eating in silence. I glanced every here and then to make sure he ate it all. Of course I was also asking myself why he didn't eat much. Something to do with his eye. Guess I just have to wait till he tells me. Harry's paw. Once I finished I called for Joel, my maid, though she didn't like those dresses. She foo. ND them impractical and she liked to keep her hair short. She took the plates away. Neither of us wanted desserts, so we chose to go to my room, have a shower and sleep at last. It is strange to have my eye uncovered. I've had it since I was 4, when Mortis gave it to me once I died. It is strange to have it off. I still reached for the ribbon. Well, we decided to take turns to enter the shower. Basically because I fear he might leave me alone. I cannot risk that. I am so scarred and mutilated at my eyes. I don't know why he loves me. He is amazing, takes care of me and not much. People has been like that in my life. He is so precious for me, I can't lose him now. I entered the shower once he had finished. I took a look at his figure. He was slim, but of course he was 9 years old, he still had some muscle. His hair was watery, his eyes fixed on mine, and I could feel the typical hot rush in my body, making my cheeks to blush. I was redder than a tomato. He smiled at me and signed M.E. with his head to enter the bathroom and take a shower. I took everything I needed with me. I was out in less than 10 minutes. I sat on my far too big bed beside my dom. He pushed me towards his chest, making my head to use it as a pillow. His head was on my shoulders and he kissed me lightly on my head. I am so happy to have me, hope my other mates will care about me just as much as him. I sighed happily and kissed his nose. Good night, Tom, I told him before I was taken by Morpheo to Dreamland, though I felt how he pecked my lips and whispered the same words I told him. Tom's paw. I felt how one thing was hissing in pain and some movements coming beside me. At first I didn't care and tried to go back to sleep, ignoring what was happening around me. I covered my ears with my pillow. I had my moves somewhat restricted, but I managed to get the other end of the pillow and covered my head with it. Some minutes passed and the annoying hissing stopped. Finally, I thought and quickly went back to sleep. Though I remembered that I was not in my claustrophobic room in a dark orphanage. I mentally punched myself. I noticed that a lot of time have passed. Have I seriously been debating with myself about finding out where the noise came from and sleep? Nearly an hour. I reached for where my love was supposed to be sleeping. I found no body next to me. I started panicking. I got up, as if the room was set up on fire, and got out of bed. I should have tried and found where the damn noise was coming from. I could hurt him again. I heard a loud bang coming from the dining room. I run out. The way down the stairs, jumping through them, I nearly fell down with the rushing. I found everything in silence, though one light was coming from the room I believed to be a little library. I slowly reached for it. I took some cautious steps in. There I found his sleeping figure on the couch. His arms were wrapped around him, making him look smaller. His face was tear-stained and a book was on the floor. I caught a blanket and sat next to him. His body adjusted itself to the new position. I put the blanket on so our bodies were totally covered. I hope he forgives me. I hope he forgives me. Harry's paw. Slowly I opened my eyes. I remember that yesterday I had a nightmare. I don't remember exactly what it was about. What I recall is that I opened a potions book and a sudden rush of heat and comfort running through me. At the end I slept peacefully. Wait, my pillow is moving. Well, must be enchanted. Wait, my pillow is snoring. Oh well. Snoring. I reached for my pillow and found a hand. Normally that must be connected to something. I found my mate, asleep and cuddled to my side. I slowly got up and put a pillow on my spot. He immediately hugged it. It was time for breakfast. Some toasts, butter, ham, nothing special. Lovely harmonies. Once Dudley had gone to school and Uncle Vernon went to work. Before spying on the neighbors she would listen to it, as on the kitchen doing the washing I would hum along the song, only a little piece, as she would throw something at me if I sang it completely. I started kissing my mate's cheeks, slowly reaching for the neck. He moaned and leaned to the touch. What he didn't expect was me casting an aquamenti at his face. He started shouting, making my creature to go back a bit, though I didn't show that affecting. His pheromones weren't bad. They smelled like happiness, so that made me think it was a joke, and I was glad he took it great. I laughed a little bit. Oi, Phantom Hive, you shouldn't have done that, he said. An evil smile plastered on his face. I replied, why shouldn't I, Mr. Riddle? Because of this. He threw himself on me and started attacking my sides with tickles. I started laughing so hard my face was turning purple. Hello, Tom. I need oxygen, I tried to say while trying to take in some air. He stopped enough for me to breathe and exhale a few times, then he attacked me again. Okay, okay, please stop. This time he did stop now. We must eat breakfast. Then we are going to a small trip to Diagonal Alley. I need some ingredients. Well, first to Gringotts as I need to take some money out of my vaults. Are you okay with that? He nodded and walked to the kitchen. I followed close behind him. We slowly ate. We left the pates there knowing that the staff would do their work. Both went to our rooms. I chose a normal blue long-sleeved shirt with denim black trousers and matching shoes. I put on my black cloak with silver ornaments. As jewelry I wore the Death's Master ring and the Pendragon's ring as well as the Phantom Hive's ring. I tied my hair in a low ponytail. Tom's paw. I found shadow stepping a perfect way of traveling. You didn't feel anything at all, and only creatures knew how to do it. People don't know how it works, so they haven't created any kind of barrier. That's why we appeared directly in Gringotts. Passing through the guards, we appeared in a little shadow, next to one of the principal goblin's desk. Hello Relosses, I believe you are the goblin I am searching for. I didn't understand a word of what Harry was telling the creature, but it must have been important. I discreetly threw a glance at my surroundings. Every goblin stopped doing everything. The people quietened as my mate started to speak. In less than a second we were surrounded by goblins, asking who we were, what are we doing here? But all being polite with us. One came to me, but left once we finished the small conversation. What can I help you with, mister? I don't know why, but I could understand them. Hello, I came with someone. We are trying to withdraw some money. He nodded and started speaking with M3 in his natal language. Of course. I looked towards my mate and he smiled. I found that his finger was pointing at me. I then realized that he had probably charmed me so I could understand them. Harry was receiving a little leather bag from the hands of the smiling goblin. Goodbye Relosses. Thank you so much for your work. Let your gold flow. ... My sub said, and the goblin Gaul at once replayed as the blood from enemies must do. Then the bow at us, and then as we did the same thing I understood that we had the goblin nation behind our backs. I smiled at Harry as he smiled back. We went to the apothecary, which wasn't that far from the bank. We entered and I watched following my mate's movements. He went from here to there, climbing stairs, opening jars, smelling. The shop owner started smiling, probably because he was happy. There are passionate people that are meticulous with the ingredients. Suddenly, out of nowhere there was a loud boom. The walls of the store moved and screams were filling the air. Harry started hyperventilating because only Merlin knows why. Stay calm Tom, it is an attack, a raid to be precise. Please, call the Aurors. He is here. He then took his wand out and went out of the shop. The owner went to a fireplace and asked for the ministry after he threw a bunch of dust in it. I went out of the shop. People were running everywhere. There were dead bodies. Buildings were on fire. The worst of all was that I couldn't find my mate. What the hell is going on here? ... What the hell is going on here? Harry's paw. I told Tom to go somewhere safe, though I know he won't do that. Normally he gets himself into trouble. Grindelwald started attacking, followed by clothed figures. I didn't know he was going to be here. If I knew, I wouldn't have risked my mate's life. I went to meet the stupid brainless wizard. Ollivander's was reduced to ashes just like any other shop in the alley. The bank was partly destroyed, but the goblins managed to set up some protections with ancient runes. Oh, look who is here, a mudblood. One of his followers pointed at me. Let's reduce him to ashes. He threw a curse at me. I dogged the shot. I pointed him with my index and he was left motionless in the floor, blood everywhere. Who's next? People from the alley started to disappear. Obviously the ones who weren't Grindelwald's followers. Then one of the cloaked people shouted, "Master, I got the child." My mind was racing. He had Tom. Spells were thrown at me, I throwing them back at who shot. One or two hit me, but I didn't care. My mate's throat was been choked. He was fighting, gasping for air, while I was fighting. I reached my mate's aggressor, the grip on. The neck tightened and I caught a blade and stricken on the side of the Death Eater. He gasped, trying to push pressure in the wound, to no avail. In less than 30 seconds he laid dead. My mate was trying to breathe. Oh, how sweet. You care for him. Grindelwald pointed his wand at me. He might be powerful for others. He can't even reach my shoes. He started shooting some killing curses. I let one reach me. He started laughing. Yes, you are dead. I laughed. I was on my knees, basically to put some drama. The curse can't affect me, it comes with the title of Master of Death. No, you are one who was being killed. I threw the incantation. Carnarius. One I created. First your organs melt, then your blood freezes and your brain explodes. His followers tried to go away. My guards didn't let them do that. Instead, they send Petrificus Totalis at them, extremely powerful ones at that. They could immobilize the person for half a day. Authorities came and threw them to Azkaban. Grindelwald was dead, so the only thing they could do was taking him to where he should be, the cemetery. Tom's paw. Harry was exhausted. I could feel that, and sore everywhere. My throat hurt, my voice was raspy, but Harry was worst. When I saw the green light strike on his chest and he falling to his knees, I couldn't stand it. I thought he was dead, but then he killed that bearded wizard. Suddenly everything was repaired. Harry was breathing heavily. He barely could stand up. I knew that we operates away. Once we reached the front door of the manor, I shouted for both butlers. They came rushing outside. They took Harry with care and went scouting me to the master's room. With gentleness they put Harry into the bed, taking his shirt off. The wound was big and deep too. It went from his first rib on the left to the end of the rib cage. I couldn't stand watching so much blood dripping out my mate's body. Instead, I caught his pale hand in my own and started kissing it while Sir Hawk closed the wound and bandaged the whole torso. Then the maid, yes, I now know she is a maid, started bandaging the ankle and she gave him a potion. Then we were left alone, after both reassured me that he will wake up in a couple of hours. I was new to this world. I didn't understand many things, but Harry had risked his life to save my own. That is something mates do, yet no one has ever thought of doing that. Before Harry visited me and adopted me, I was alone. I had a little snake, but even she left me all alone. That wasn't her fault. It was a child's one. He was taller than me, bigger than me too. Once I saw her beautiful head on the sheets of my bed. Rage went through my veins. I did the same to him. I didn't care about the consequences. Then, Harry appeared, presenting himself as Mr. Phantomhive. I was happy I had someone that cared for me. I thought I lost him once the curse was shot at him. I saw the despair in his eyes when he noticed that I was being choked to death. Please, open your eyes. Come on, sweetheart, I need you. I don't know how many times I have cried today, but it doesn't matter. I would do anything to see those eyes again, even if one of them is scarred. I love him just the way he is. I took off the eye patch, kissing lightly the burnt skin that was revealed beneath the cloth. I moved him to the left a bit, enough for me to enter the bed with him. I put him close to my chest. Out of nowhere a plate of food and a cup of mint tea appeared on the night table, with a note. It was for me to calm down a bit. I slowly ate. I ate half the plate. My stomach didn't want to cooperate that much. I drank the tea. With a loud pop, the plate dissolved. I sighed and snuggled to my mate's side, taking care of not brushing his healing wound. I want so badly to see his bright eyes once again. I want so badly to see his bright eyes once again. Tom's paw. It was in the middle of the night. Since the attack I haven't seen my mate's eyes. I felt so lost. I really wanted him back. Suddenly I noticed that beside me there was a movement. It was rather light, but I was sure something moved. I got my high expectations back. Indeed, Harry was awakening. He was stirring, like a cat, though he whimpered. His wound surely hurt. Though his wound surely hurt, I was really happy, extremely so. I hugged him, as if he was my lifesaver, which in a way he definitely was. I squeezed lightly, though I must have hurt him as he forced against me. He still returned me the hug, smiling even if he was in pain. I cried, from both happiness as he was awake and from sadness as he was hurt. Tom, I'm okay, we will be fine. So please don't cry. He started to cry along with me, both in each other's arms as if our lives depended in one another, which in a way it was real, we did depended in each other. His breathing was a little ragged but calmed enough for letting him sleep. I fell asleep soon after him, with a smile on my face. I woke up first. Harry was a little pale, his white shirt had some red spots. I had to change his bandages. He looked beautiful, he looked angelic, and for not the first time I asked myself, what did I do to deserve such a beautiful creature by my side? I decided to ask Sir That to bring us breakfast. Something light. I know that as a matter of fact I know that he doesn't eat as much as he needs to, so he normally asks for a little pancake and a cup of coffee or milk, even some tea. So I asked for a cupcake with some fruits on top and an orange juice. It wasn't that early in the morning and I was worried he was sleeping this much, he was a morning person after all. Time passed and the butler brought in the plate of food. It was a good thing that Harry started to wake up on his own. I wouldn't dare to wake him up, he did need some rest. "Morning, Tom," he said in a let me sleep more voice. Then he smelled the food and his eyes ended staring at the plate of food on the nightstand. He made a face at the amount. "Come on sweetheart, I need you to eat," he pleaded him. It seemed to work as he started taking small bites of his breakfast. "How are you doing?" "Not so bad, my side hurts a little but that is fine." I personally hated when he said that final word. He always said, "Fine." In reality he is not. "When you finish I'm going to change your bandage, that does sound good." He slowly nodded. I saw as he put the plate aside on the bed. He ate the fruits and a fourth of the plate. He finished his orange juice and called for the maid. She took away the food and left us alone soon after. I made him sit on the edge of the bed. He was a little retracted, maybe he didn't want me to see him. At the end I managed to take off his shirt. Indeed his torso was covered by bloodied bandages. Once I took them off I found coagulated blood around the wound. The cut was long, it will definitely scar. I traced it lightly with my hand. I liked it and I heard him moan. I smiled to myself. I made appear some water in a bowl and a white towel. While cleaning the cut I noticed as the water turned pink and the towel red. Then I went to the bathroom and picked up a new bandage from the drawer. It was thick and long. I kissed his wound and wrapped the bandage around his body, covering his chest and stomach. He smiled at me. He stood up and walked to me. He closed the distance between us and our lips finally met. It wasn't rough, it was full of love. I returned it gladly. Harry's paw. I felt cared. No one has done that to me, never. I am happy he didn't reject me. Then I realized he hadn't practiced anything since our last lesson. Was I really that self-centered? I stooped his education. "Tom, take a book and practice some charms, please." He looked at me in the eyes like if he didn't believe a word. I nodded and snapped my fingers. The book I was teaching him appeared. He gave me the look. "Seriously?" I nodded again and took a sip of the glass of water I had nearby. I made contact with a parchment and a bottle of ink. I made a desk and a chair out of nowhere. I motioned him to take a seat. "Read the page 85. Read it out loud and tell me if you have any doubts. Of course you must write the wand movements and practice them before trying to do the spell. Here you've got a pen. You must have transfigured it before 12. It's currently 10:30. You must begin." "Yes, Professor Phantomhive. To transform a pen into a katana you must first think about the weapon. How it should look like. The details, the long blade and its handle. Once you have the imagine of the weapon, notice the similarities it has with the pen. Think about what part is what. Caution. The spell is Cuterus Matin. If said it wrong the pen can take as much magic of the wizard as possible and explode afterwards. This spell was used during the First World War and other attacks as wizards went to the Muggle world quite often. The wand movements are a flish, swish, and you must trace a circle counterclockwise while whispering the spell. ... The wand movements are a flish, swish, and you must trace a circle counterclockwise while whispering the spell. Harry's paw. I was totally amazed as the little pen transformed into a katana. Its handle was red and had gold on it. It had some kind of bloodied lines carved on it. The blade was long and thin, but it had the capability of cutting whatever the user needed. The blade was blue, marine blue, and I loved it. I changed to have a look at Tom's face. He was in awe of his own work. I tried that spell much time ago. The results were great, but not to this extent. I smiled at his work or art, because yes, it was art, and then, as it ouched the blade, his initials appeared written with his neat letter. "Well done, Mr. Riddle, it is an amazing result for your first time." He smiled at me. "Now I believe that we should practice some movements with that blade. You must know how to master that instrument in case you have lost your wand and you have a blade or sword you can protect yourself with." "Professor Phantomhive, if I have blades and not a sword or knife, is the pose the same?" Indeed, strategically hidden in my clothes there were knives, blades and 2 guns. I hid them in my clothes because even if I can do wandless and word less magic, you must have something to protect you with. In case you need them, you have them in your sleeve. It's a card you can play with, simple to hide but deathly. I understand, Harry. Tom's paw. He kept on going with the lesson. At the end I knew how to cut flesh without harming the bones or internal organs. The next lesson was potions. Then we finished. I don't know why, but he suddenly wanted me to study again. I was hit by a sudden rush of guilt too. I'll speak to him later. When we finished with the blood replenishing potion and finally bottled it, he sighed, sounding defeated. Is he not feeling alright? Of course not, Tom. How can he feel alright if he has been attacked not even 48 hours ago? Sometimes I forget about the important things. He must be tired. We didn't move from the room we were in. We did everything there. I took care of vanishing the items we used for the class's sand sit on his bed. He smiled, a tired one, but I didn't mind. I kissed his forehead, and it was then when I noticed that he was burning hot. How could I have missed it? I went straight to the bathroom, got a towel and a bowl of water one conjured from a toothbrush. I felt now a wave of tiredness. He didn't let me in his mind all day. Why now? I put the wet cold towel on his burning forehead. I then realized, he have been feeling like this for 3 days. How do I know? Well, at first I passed it as he said that he was feeling alright. That I shouldn't worry. Then he spent the whole night brewing. He stayed in bed, or so I thought. One of his forms was in bed with me. He can multiply himself as much times as he wants. I know the difference between the real one and the false ones. I think he didn't want me to know that he wasn't feeling alright. 2 days ago he shut our mental bond. Until this very moment I could feel anything through our mental link. That scared me. He knows he must tell me everything, even if it is a small thing. I started rumbling in my head. Unknown to me, that torment of though oops created a headache on the last person I would want to feel much more pain. Harry's paw. Haven't feel well at all. Not depressed, but surely I felt somewhat down. I didn't know how, but my thoughts traveled though our bond. I knew that by the fact that Tom was hugging me. I opened my eyes to reassure him that everything was fine. I don't know how you managed to discover the truth, but I owe you an explanation. I have been told since I was an infant that I shouldn't show weakness, that freaks can't cry as normal people can. I know you are not like my so-called family, though somehow my mind goes back to them. That's why I didn't want to tell you, in case you discovered how messed up I am and obviously leave my side. After all, no one would love me. That's why I didn't want to tell you, in case you discovered how messed up I am and obviously leave my side. After all, no one would love me. Tom's paw. At first I couldn't believe what I heard. I thought he got rid of those depressing thoughts. Harry, you are perfect. You are perfection indeed. Please, if you don't feel well enough, you should tell me. I'm your mate. I thought you didn't believe in me. I started crying just like the boy who sat on the bed. Tom, that's how I was told. Then I went with people that cared for me, and so I understood that I had people to rely on. But once I was told I would have mates, I panicked. I'm sorry, Tom, he said weakly. Don't worry, it's okay, my dear. Third person's paw. And so time passed. The couple was expecting Tom's letter so he could start his Hogwarts schooling. Tom, aren't you exited? Harry asked Tom once he had finished with breakfast. He put in a plate 5 pancakes with maple syrup as topping. He put a bowl of fruits on the table, just like 2 cups of coffee. Harry's paw. Not at all, Harry. I could tell he didn't sleep. He had dark marks under his beautiful eyes. He gave me a hug. I really love his hugs. After all, they made me feel special. Why is that, honey? I asked while I helped myself to a pancake. You aren't going to be with me. I'll feel lonely. I couldn't tell I had a surprise for him and he is going to love it. It's going to be okay. We'll keep in contact, he slowly nodded. Giving me the point, but I could tell he didn't like the idea of being apart from each other. Have you packed everything? He slowly nodded. He had a depressed aura, but I couldn't afford to spill the surprise. Let's have our last breakfast together, or I'll be late and the train will leave without me. He put some fruits on both of our plates and a pancake on his. Why do I need to go to Hogwarts? He had asked me that question before. I am always repeating myself over and over again. You needed to go because you need to be recognized. They shouldn't know you have been homeschooling since you were 9. It is better seen by purebloods. If you studied in Hogwarts, you'll gain a lot of power if you contacted with the right wizards. He nodded. Once we have finished, he rushed to his room to get his trunk. I quickly stood up and opened the cupboard door. I caught my trunk and reduced its size so it could stay in my pocket. I did as if I was doing the washing as I heard how Tom went down the stairs. Nay no, or we are going to be late for sure. I nod and we fled together to the platform 9 3/4. Tom's paw. Harry was a bit weird this morning, as if he was keeping things from me, the L. Asked time he ended up with high fever. I looked at him. He seemed to be sad, just like I was. I hope he can survive without me. I don't want him to end up cutting of harmed. I kissed him lightly on the lips. The train was about to get off. I chose a compartment. I waved him goodbye as I levitated my trunk to a free space in my left above my head. The train started moving. I was about to start a new period of my life and my mate wasn't there to see me. Time passes, only half an hour. I was really missing him. I decided that I should read something to keep my mind of my depressive thoughts. 7 Years Potion textbook sounded good. As I started reading, someone knocked on the compartment door. It was a young lady pushing a stand that was full of sweets. Those reminded me of Harry. I bow. UGHT some chocolate frogs and all flavor beans. I was interrupted until Hogwarts came to sight. Someone knocked. It was a 5th year. Please put in your robes, we are about to arrive. I nod. With a flick of my wrist I changed my clothes. Then someone called for us. He was a very tall man with black hair. He revealed himself. I'm Professor Joseph. I teach care of magical creatures. First years, please follow me. He led us through a forest. I could see a unicorn and maybe 2 or 3 fairies. He ended up in front of what Harry said was the Black Lake. 4 per boat, he shouted. I was placed with a girl and 2 boys. One of the boys had platinum hair. The other one had it curly and the girl's was straight and black. Hello, I'm Alexander Malfoy, heir of the Malfoy family, said the blonde-haired boy. I'm Arcturus Black, heir of the Black family, presented himself the curly black-haired boy. I'm Rose Parkinson, heiress of the Parkinson family, said the girl. I'm Tom Phantomhive, lord of said house among my mate. I said. We stretched our hands and started talking about our house preferences. We are all hoping for Slytherin. Okay, now, lower your heads and you'll have the first sight of your school. Woo. The building was amazing. It screamed magic. It was beautiful, just like my mate told me. He made our way to the entrance of the Great Hall. Professor Dumbles gave us a speech ID. D&T listed to and then the gates opened. On the high table there were 2 spots free, one from Dumbledore and the others one. He started to call out names. We ended up in Slytherin. Then Dippet, the A. Setual headmaster gave us a speech on the rules. He went through the professors too. When the doors opened, I'm sorry I'm late. Wait, I knew that voice. I turned to see the person that was standing there. I turned to see the person that was standing there. Tom's paw. I couldn't believe what I saw. It was Harry, standing tall and proud with stromae around his neck and knocked him on his hair, using it as if it was a nest. He wasn't wearing his casual clothing, but instead plain black shirt and trousers, and he was wearing his teaching cloak, which was also of said color. Doesn't matter, creator. After all, you are never really late. You arrive when you mean to, said the hat to the teacher. Oh, thank you, I guess. How are you doing, my fellow creation? I stared at him as if he wasn't from Earth, just like everyone else. I noticed that Harry seemed to be more serious. He was even scary. I think I wasn't the only one who noticed his sudden change of behavior. I'm doing quite well, though Hogwarts, not at all. Since you left, things have changed. For example, the Slytherin common room is falling down. What? Harry had a horror face. His eyes were big and he has started to hyperventilate. Is everyone okay? He demanded, looking at my table. They nod. You must go there and repair it. Also go see your little creature, you know, the one in the Chamber of Secrets. Okay, I'll do that tomorrow. He jumped from where he was standing to the place he was to sit on at the high table. The Sorting Hat went straight to him and they continued talking while his plate of food appeared. I returned to S.E.E. at my own forgotten plate and realized that my mate has been staring at me in my plate. His eyes traveling from me to my food. I ate silently, still sending him stares once in a while. Out of now. Here the temperature dropped and I understood some fifth year that the ghosts were coming, indeed not even 2 minutes past when 20. Ghosts entered the great hall and stood in front of my mate. He was smiling. I don't know how but he knew those people. Master. He was wearing an old suit with lots of puddles of blood on it. He was the Bloody Baron according to a third year how are you professor. He hugged Harry and gladly my mate returned it. Surprisingly they stayed like that. Harry didn't went through the ghost's body. I'm good, thanks Aaron. That was the name of the Bloodied Baron. Okay. Strange how are you Miss Ravenclaw? Rowena. He met Rowena. How old is he? Master Phantomhive. Could you tell me how should I add the mandrake if I want to make a deathly potion? Master. A ghost with Ed-like clothes came up to my mate Salader left me. He said. He had black dark circles around his eyes. We heard Harry sigh. By the sound of it he was used to this kind of scenarios. Don't worry Mr. Gryffindor. He will come around. Now please let me eat. The ghost sat next to Harry and started crying on his shoulder while my mate did as if he was not there and kept moving the food around his plate. Professor. A lady, this time with a yellow-like dress jumped on my angel's arms care to tell me where my beautiful Row went. You should know it Miss Hufflepuff. Your personal library. He nodded towards the girl and went straight to a wall. She disappeared. They are going to destroy my chambers. I heard him say. After those incidents, he took his plate of food and made it disappear by snapping his fingers. Harry's paw. I've got a lot of paperwork to do, so many years. This is incredible. It'll take me at least 2 or 3 others, and prepare tomorrow's lessons. Filch, please, send Rose to my dorms to tell me what Pivot says as speech. I did as I said. I touched a wall and a door could be seen. I entered the room. To see my perfect bedroom intact, just as I left it before going to find Tom. It felt nice to be back. Though I'm going to miss a certain new sorted snake. I decided that I needed a shower, my back hurt and my head was feeling hot. I wanted so bad to just go to bed, but I need to prepare my classes and obviously all the paperwork Dumbassador couldn't do. I got my clothes out of my trunk and turned to see Stromae and Noctum. They were curled one next to the other sleeping soundlessly on a nest I prepared at home. Then I stepped into the bathroom. I entered the bath and opened the hot tap. I felt so relaxed back then that once I closed it I decided that it was good to take a quick nap. Half an hour passed. Then I was hit by reality. I fell asleep on the bath. I got out and put my night clothes on. I felt as if a pack of werewolves stepped on my back. Right after breakfast I've got Tom's class. Then 5th years, then 6, then 4 and yeah that's it. So I started to search for my books and making notes. Time passed and out of nowhere it was 1 o'clock in the RNING and I haven't done the paperwork yet. Suddenly a wave of absolute tiredness came over me. I slowly closed my eyes not even bothering to get into bed. I used my arms as pillows and I drifted off to sleep on my notes. Noctum woke up and sang a song to me and that really helped me get rid of the nightmares that normally haunted me. I believed that I could get a nice sleep for once, even though I missed my dom and it hurt pretty bad. I believed that I could get a nice sleep for once, even though I missed my dom and it hurt pretty bad. Tom's paw. I had to follow my house prefect to get to the dungeon. Through the recently formed link I could feel the pain my sub was feeling. I would love to go to him right now, but I don't have a clue of where he is. Tomorrow I will ask him about his chambers. I felt really helpless as I knew I couldn't do anything for my love just now. Once we arrived to our common room I could care less about my sleep. I was feeling pure agony through our link. Each minute that passed was a minute full of despair. So, welcome everyone to the House of Snakes. Snakes are known to help each other. Others might not be very fond to us. Problems between snakes must be solved in our territory. Is that clear? Said the prefect whose name I couldn't remember. He kept talking, though my mind was somewhere else. There was a faint sound ringing in my ear. It was a little bit annoying. As time passed, I reached a conclusion. Something was happening to Harry. Girls downstairs on the right, boys on the left. Any doubts? Where are Professor's Phantomhive quarters? I found myself asking my upperclassmen. Don't know why you are interested on that. Nonetheless, his quarters are on the 5th floor, second door on the left, if he is using the ones our Dada professor used last year. I nod in thanks and run out of my common room. Once I got out of the dungeons, I walked my way to his dorms. The dumb staircase started changing once I put on a foot on them. I nearly fell. Not nice. There was no other way of going to my mate's dorm. I panicked. My heart was beating faster by the minutes. My head started spinning. "Are you okay?" an old voice said to me. I turned in. I would have freaked out if I didn't know it was Salad or Slytherin. I could barely speak to the ghost. "You were the one that wouldn't stop looking at Master during the feast, and he seemed to look at you fondly. What are you to him?" Wow, he must have known Harry if he knew he and I were in some kind of relation. My head started bumping. I reached for my temples. I started rubbing them as if that was going to help easing the pain. "I'm his dom. Please, Mr. Slytherin, I need to be with him. He is suffering right now. I have to be with him." I stuttered in the middle of the sentence out of despair. Not even a second later I was going through corridors I've only heard Harry talk about. These ones hasn't been cleaned judging by the spider webs you could find every here and there. The pain has started to grow when we reached an old door. In that moment I didn't mind I was in Slytherin, that wasn't meant to behave that way, but I threw a Bombarda Maxima to the door. I went straight to the bedroom. Or at least what I thought was a bedroom. I found my mate sat on his desk. His head was atop some corrected papers that seemed rather old. Next to his sleeping form there was a pile of books. Around 8 tomes related to dark arts that went from 1st year to 7th year. A notebook was open beside them, full of notes and spells to do and teach all years. He stirred on his sleep to find a better posture, making the quill fall in the process. With a silent spell I managed to prevent it to stain the paperwork. I then took a good stare at my mate. His lips were opened and small snores came out of his kissable mouth. The form his hands were unconsciously tightening the in-grip on a book, and the pen made me wished if he would willingly do the same to other things. That thought made me a little conscious of myself. I shanked my head to get rid of those inadequate thoughts. My head ached again. I went to sit on a near armchair next to his table, trying to ease the pain. It started to ache so badly I nearly lost consciousness, but that pain wasn't mine, it was coming from someone else. I was out of my right mind as I nearly forget about my Harry. I went to his side, slowly as the pain was making my vision blurry. As I was getting closer, the aching feeling was going from my head to my right wrist. Alarming thoughts made their way to my mind. Cutting. Was Harry hurting himself? I tried not to think in those things by making my brain think logically. He hasn't woken up. He had nothing around him that would make him cut. In some seconds I stood by his side. He was still asleep. I started to feel his body to know what was wrong. Fear overtook me. I couldn't find what was wrong. What if he wasn't sleeping? But in a coma? What if he is going to die and he hasn't told me? What if? I heard a sound, a comforting one at that. Something was singing a song. They were a mix of whistles which formed a quiet tune. I relaxed for a bit. I noticed that my tense muscles relaxed slightly and I could think correctly again, even though the pain was still there. I turned to my left and noticed Noctum trying to attach my attention. Beside him was Stromae looking as worried as a snake could. "Master. Master is hurt. Before you arrived we found him asleep. The problem is his posture. If you look closely enough you can notice that his right wrist is blend. He might have broken it." As the snake finished the explanation I ran by Harry's side and took his hand in mine. Indeed it was broken. The wrist was moving as if there was no bone or muscle restricting its now crazy movements. I wished I was there. I wished I was there. Tom's paw. I rested his hurt hand on a pile of books, making sure it was in a straight position so that he couldn't hurt himself further. I started looking for a first aid kit as if I was crazy. I started opening drawers and cupboards in search of the small hand bag with no such luck. After 15 minutes of search, I gave up. Stromae, who was sleeping on the feet of the now cold chimney, stared at me as if she was laughing. I glared at the snake. I bet it could feel Harry's pain as if it was its own, yet here it was, laughing at the situation. "Stupid human. You are a wizard. Did a spell master taught you that could make thing come to you? Why aren't you using it? It is because you have forgotten the fact you are a wizard." ACH word pronounced by the snake was making me want to kill it. Seriously, she was getting on my nerves. Pushing it to what I wanted, I felt as something hit me from behind, making me lose my focus. I rubbed my head on the spot I was hit. As I turned to shout at the person or thing that did that, I realized there was nothing. I turned to the floor. The object must be close to my position. The first aid kit was laid open on the floor. Bandages and potions were everywhere. I'm glad Harry put a charm on them so that in case they fall, not even a drop would be lost. I started looking for a potion. It had a grayish color for what my sub told me. It was called Tantrix. It was for muscular damage. I got on my knees and started looking for it. Once it was on my hand, I looked for the painful Skelgro, of course. The liquid had a bony color. I turned back to my Harry once the mess had been eradicated. He looked so innocent while unconscious. I kneeled beside him and as Noctum whistled a song, I made the broken bones disappear. My sub stirred, probably because of the weird sensation that spell produced. I then made him drink half of the bony potion, then all of the gray one, and of course, I bandaged it. The three of us, Noctum, Stroma and me, watched closely as the wrist recovered from the break. Harry started convulsing out of the pain, but if I did anything now, the process would cancel. Outer magic didn't work good with potions. I hugged my mate to try and calm him down, which worked, if I had known that sooner. He wasn't used to people touching him in a good way, he didn't receive many touch that weren't related to pain after them, so I guess that is what made him relax on my arms. I tightened my grip when the pain was on its highest, yet Harry wasn't screaming, his lips were as shut as possible. My poor sub. An hour flew by. It was safe to levitate Harry to his dorm by now, which was exactly what I did. I made him lay on his bed, and put the covers on him. I kissed the top of his head and laced beside him. I put an arm around his tiny hips and pulled him close to me. I felt so tired out of a sudden, my eyes were closing. The next day I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. My sub was starting to stir like a cat. I kissed him before having a shower and changing my clothes. Thanks to a Hogwarts house elf, my uniform appeared on the bed. Harry woke up 30 minutes later. He wasn't aware of his wrist. He even had a shower and dressed on his common teaching robes without noticing it. Harry's paw. I woke up. I felt as if someone was in my room. Wait, I fell asleep on my desk. Did I? Unconsciously came to my room and slept in my bed. After I had my shower and got dressed on my usual clothes, I noticed that my right wrist wasn't moving that fast. Some of the movements I did hurt a bit. I had it bandaged. That certainly wasn't made by me. I look for the person who dared to enter my quarters without permission and even slept beside me throughout the night. Tom isn't going to like that. I couldn't think straight when a familiar presence came into my room. I look up to the figure with a glassy look. My magic pulled towards the person. That could only be Tom. I hugged him from behind, smelling his scent. "Morning, Tom," I said with a dreamy voice. Yes, dreamy. When I was younger I couldn't even dream about having a dom. "Good morning, Harry. How is your wrist doing? Does it hurt?" I tried and mend it. He quickly grabbed my wrist and inspected it closely. He seemed to be satisfied as he let it be. "It's fine, Tom. Was it broken?" This wrist had made me go through so much pain during the years. I kept it for myself. Of course, no way I was telling such things to unknown people. That's why I've got those potions on the first aid kit. "You did really good, my snake. It doesn't hurt." I hugged him before telling him to hurry up. It was 7:30 and we still had to eat breakfast. I sat next to the herbology teacher and started on my breakfast. Harry's paw. The herbology teacher, whose name was Martha, took a long look at me. She moved her chair to the right and tried not to make eye contact with my eye. I ignored the glare she sent my way. Slowly I dig in. It was delicious. This time I finished half of the plate. I looked up and met Tom's gaze. He smiled proudly at me. Then, he returned to Abraxas Malfoy, who was a first year too. "How was your night, Mr. Phantomhive?" asked a man on my left. He was bald and had some kilos, but he seemed to be nice. His name was Horace Slughorn. He was teaching potions. He was smiling at me, as if meeting me was like the many other students he gave class to and became famous. I didn't glare at him, but I made my eyes become as icy as possible. The student staring my way flinched and his smile changed into a horror expression. "I had a good sleep, thank you." With that, I disappeared through the professor's door of the right and went straight ahead to my teaching room. I awaited the first years. Slowly, they started entering the class. Most of them speaking with their friends, one of them awfully quiet. Tom sat on the first row, on the right. Class got mixed up, so every pair was formed by a Gryffindor and a Slytherin. As you might now, I am your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I am going to show you how you approach certain creatures, how to tame them, how to provoke harm to others for self-protection, and of course how to shield yourself from spells, obviously to fight back. Any questions? None of them raised their hand, except for a tiny girl sat on the left side. Her hair was in a tight knot. I pointed at her. Please, do say your name while asking the question, Miss McGonagall. Minerva McGonagall. Professor Phantomhive. Why do you carry so much weapons when you are a wizard? She seemed to be truly interested on the answer. Well, Miss McGonagall, we cannot always trust on magic, can we? She was taken aback. Evidently we are wizards, but magic requires high control over it. If you are not powerful enough and you are in a not so nice position, you must be capable of defending yourself. Therefore, I believe that being in good form and master quite a few weapons is vital. By this point I was sat on the air, as if I was in a throne made out of oxygen. A boy, he was thin, his hair was shiny brown, raised his hand, and the avalanche of questions started. Moody, Alistair Moody, sir. Are we going to learn how to fight with Muggle weapons? Good question. I suppose we can start at the end of this school year. It depends on how quick we can go through the spells, but it is a top priority. I answered. Another boy on the right side, a Gryffindor, slowly raised his hand. Longbottom, Franklin, Professor. Why do you have an eye patch, may I ask? He closed his eyes, tightly, and quickly. Out of fear, started to terribly shake. Sorry, sir, I sighed, but I answered anyways. The boy was a sobbing mess. I had an accident on my childhood, Mr. Longbottom, that's all. I conjured up a tissue and gave it to the student. Gladly he smiled. 1 point will be taken from Gryffindor for asking private things to superiors. None of the students took it wrong. They were all agree that he shouldn't have asked. The rest of the hour passed by rather quickly. They learned the sunlight charm. We talked about its effects on the human body, burns mainly, and on dark creatures such as the Inferi, and on plants. Though I left that part for Martha, the herbology teacher. She gladly accepted to show them the plants that were affected of the charms and spells I show my students, and if the plants were bad and didn't work for potions or anything else, they would practice the spell on them. It was nearly the end of the lesson. I told them to write 1-page essay on the Inferi. They left the classroom when the bell rang. Some of them asked me how they could research for information. I created an holographic map of Hogwarts and showed them where the library was. Outside the there were 5th year Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Some of them asked how was the class to the first years. 5th year, all out, the class will be given by the lake. Please, get your wand and book with you. My voice was a bit more authoritative than when I spoke to the 5th years, but this are teenagers, they are not kids. I appeared to the lake and waited for them to arrive. They were excitedly talking between them. 10 minutes later all of them were standing in front of me. Today, I will show you how to create a water bubble. Turn to page 346 of your textbook. The spell is called Aquarmus. The wand movements are a bit elevated. A swish, flick to the right, to the left, and whoosh. You have to push your magic towards the water. Feel you power, touch it, manipulate it, create an sphere, and if you can, you can throw it to each other, only if it works. Go ahead. Many students had trouble. One by one I helped them with their wand issues. There was a witch. She was on her own, staring at the surface of the lake. Quietly, I made my way to her side. There it was, a beautiful small ball above the surface. 20 points to Hufflepuff, Miss Black, Bella Black, Professor Phantomhive. Her voice was like a whisper. She was quiet as if she was afraid of speaking too loud. She was petite and thin. Her long curly hair was hiding a red bright scar, but it seems no one cared. Miss Black, Sile, NCE has been for very long time the loudest scream for help. I'm here for you, at any time. Her eyes were still sad. She was about to fall, but she held the hand she was offered as a lifesaver. She OD to the adult she has only met yesterday, as if it was the father she have never had. Her eyes were still sad. She was about to fall, but she held the hand she was offered as a lifesaver. She nodded to the adult she has only met yesterday as if it was the father she have never had. Bella's pa. This teacher, the new one, the one that had no idea who we were and didn't care about in which hose we are in. A man who had no more than 22 years old, was the only one who noticed something was off with me. Thank you, Professor Phantomhive, you are the first one that has cared for me. I could only sob by now. Don't worry, I'm here to help, Miss Black, if you need me. I have a free period after lunch before I teach third-year Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. We could have a cup of tea if you are interested. I nod to what he said. I would go. He got up and went to help other students. I saw him as he helped Malfoy and showed him the right movements. He was amazing. Harry's pa. After the bell rang, I appeared at my classroom. Some Ravenclaws were already waiting. I had this class prepared. They are in the perfect age to learn how to fight their fears, to overpower them so they don't paralyze them in case they are fighting. I sat on my desk. I brushed my hair with my hand, hearing a fangirl scream from some Hufflepuff girls. Hello, students, today we are going to work with a creature Miss Hufflepuff could find me. One boy at the back raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Lovegood, sir. Xenocleus Lovegood. Is this creature in that cupboard over there? I like this student. So observant, so. Me of his classmates called him crazy, because he talked about creatures not many can see. But because of that I loved him. I could see them too, flying around students' head. I looked at the cupboard as the creature screamed to be free. Yes, Mr. Lovegood, you are correct, 5 points to Ravenclaw. If someone guess what is the creature and the spell we are going to practice, I will give the house 15 points. I gave my back to the students as a big sand watch appeared, counting the 2 minutes I gave them to think as I went to look for my familiars. I needed their company. I found Noctum and it rested on my hair. As usual, and Stromae found its place around my neck. The time finished. 3 hands were raised. Now, Mr. Crouch, tell us. The Hufflepuff was a little overwhelmed. He hoped to be the last one to talk as Ravenclaws were normally the ones teachers had preference for. Could it be a Bogart? In that case, the spell would be ridiculous. He said. His voice was trembling. He could be wrong. But he remembered the book about creatures Scamander wrote. They were found in dark places and they recreate your worst fear. 15 points to Hufflepuff. Well done. Exactly. Today we are going to practice the ridiculous spell. I consider fears a cause of death. If you fear death, you won't be able to fight for your life when the time comes. Your fears paralyze you and you become powerless. Therefore today we will face this creature. I please tell you not to laugh as people fight the creature. Fears are something serious. They all nod. One by one, you will face the creature. If one of you have any problem, I will interfere. They nod again. I smiled. Start now. The class went fine. They all left pretty happy. I sent them a little essay on Bogarts, but nonetheless, they were happy. I got out of my class and this time I decided to walk to the Great Hall. I sat next to Martha. As usual, I occupied a corner of the high table, so I could aid the ghosts if they needed something, which they normally do. I noticed many eyes on my figure, but I kept eating. I put some vegetable soup, some salad and a piece of fish. The elves. Food was good. Master. Yes, Miss Ravenclaw, what can I help you with? I stopped eating and looked at her in the eye. I need something I can give Helgi. She started sobbing. Seriously. I'm not Santa Claus. I always know what to give to close people but, they have been married since forever. Okay, give her some of my roses. I love white roses, but mines are unique. They are white with a red taint. They are beautiful and they don't die. Amazing idea, Master. Oh, what was the spell to quiet the voices in one's head, again? Having troubles. I see. She nodded. She sometimes had visions. They can get too many at times and you just want them to shut up. I knew that feeling. It has happened to me. Caput Vox. Page 32. The book's title is Healing Ancient Spells. Go to my personal library, 1002nd row, 3rd bookshelf, the first book. I said calmly to her as I finished nibbling in my salad. Now students think I'm crazy. Can I accio it? I shanked my head. No. She sighed. An enormous door appeared on my right. She opened it. There was a corridor. Endless corridor with green carpet. On the sides there were rows with some numbers. The rows were bookshelves all written by me about anything you could possibly think of. Glad I could help, Miss Ravenclaw. Master, tell Helga I won't go with her later. I will need a lot of time to read this. She pointed to the whole library. No, you need to be with her, she is your wife for God's sake. She has such a kind heart. You wouldn't dare to be late for your date. She nodded. I kept eating, this time, a green apple. She nodded. I kept eating, this time, a green apple. Harry's paw. I got up once I had finished my apple and went to my office. I found Miss Black already waiting for me in front of the class. I had my doubts about if she would come around or not. Good afternoon, Miss Black, I hope you are doing fine. I said. I conducted her to a door that led to a comfort area with couches and a fireplace. It had a small tea table in the middle and Earl Grey was already served with some milk, sugar and scones. Hi, Professor Phantomhive, she said. She sat on the edge of one of the coaches and waited for me to do the same, which I did after getting my familiars. The silence is unbearable. I had to make her talk somehow. Where did that bruise come from? I asked. Her eyes widened at the mention of the red area of her face and a hand immediately went to cover it, which I didn't let. She started sobbing and it was causing a strong headache to form. At my house, Mum and Dad say I'm crazy. That I shouldn't have existed because I am interested in dark arts and weapons. I nod in understanding. They like dark magic but not the kind I like, which is soul magic. I want to make spell without the need of a wand. I was practicing once, in my room when Dad entered. He was furious. He started hitting me and shouting obscenities at me, and she started crying harder and I had to level up my shields so Tom could be left alone. It's okay. You are in Hogwarts and nothing will happen if you are under my wing. I am pleased you could tell me that, but I can assure you that there is more you have left out. Don't worry, I will let you open up by yourself. She nodded and had a small sip of her tea. My free period had finished and the bell rang. 6th year, here we go. I think teaching them the unforgivables was fine, just theoretically of course. I wouldn't like to have dead students in my class. They entered in silence. Definitely this class was going to become a mess. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, bad combination. They would make jokes to one another. Today we are learning the main reason to go and make a visit to Azkaban. The unforgivables, there are 3. Can someone tell me what they are and what is their goal? Not many hands were raised, not that I expect anything else. Many of these students have one familiar or close friend that has suffered from one of the 3. Yes, the girl on the back, could you tell us your name? Bones, Alberta Bones, sir. The Cruciatus Cursed is used to provoke pain. Horrible pain that makes the victim to wish for dead. She said the information is a whisper but we could all hear it. 20 points to Hufflepuff. Miss Bones, there are 2 left. And so the class continued. Good, we have finished for today. I won't send you homework but I would be glad if you could read from your book the page 27 to 34, they talk. LK about the 3 spells we have talked about. You are free to go. The class wasn't that bad, few paper planes here and there but they were paying attention to what I was explaining and taking notes of it without me ordering them to do it. Last class of the day, 4th year. I was going to teach them the Vulnera Sanitor charm, used to healing cuts and bruises. They will enjoy the class hopefully. Martha has sent me some creatures that were found bleeding on the forest and they have the heath problems mentioned before. Hopefully they will recover after the class. Ravenclaw and Slytherin students were entering the class and taint their place. There was a boy and a girl from both houses sat together. That might have cheered me up a little. It was an abnormally beautiful sight. In front of them there was a creature. In this case they were Okamas, 12 in total, 1 for each pair. They were small and were found away from their nest. They were attacked by explosive tail scurvs. Many were cooing around the hatchlings. Some of the mold touched them and were impressed to find out they were liking the attention they were receiving. Hello, I'm Professor Phantomhive. Professor Martha was so kind she gave us some of the hatchlings of Okami she found in the forest. They are not in a very nice condition. Pet them with care. Today's task is to patch them up. Open your books on the page 102 and read about the Vulnera Sanitor charm. Then, we will practice the wand movements together and we will start helping the Okamis. Everyone was enthusiastic and they started working together. After 20 minutes everyone understood the theory, we moved to practice. You had to make a wave with the wand to the left, then to the right, a small circle and point the wand at the sea. Oop while saying the charm until it was closed. The class went by quickly and every okami was healed, no bruises or cuts could be found. This class was really good, Professor, said a boy with black hair. Our leader was correct. You were a good teacher. I nod towards Not. Jonas, Not. I am glad you enjoyed it, Mr. Not. I let the okamis climb my body so that I could give them to Martha. She was teaching 7th year right now. But she made sure I knew I could come to her at any time. I liked her. She was nice. With Stromae slithering next to me and Noctum on my hair and okamis on my shoulders and neck. I went to the edge of the forbidden forest where I successfully found the teacher. They looked good. The 4-year students did this. She asked in awe. I nod. Stir 43. More mates. ... I nod. Harry's paw. The students did amazing. I believe one of the girls and a boy found out that one of the okamis is their familiar. Curious, really. I thought they were a bit young, but oh well. It's Lady Magic we are talking about. We never know with her. So, you are expecting 2 children to come to me and ask for their familiars. Is that correct? Exactly. Well, you have finished the class, right? I nod. Good. We could go together to the Great Hall. Not so sure about that. I gotta clean my class from some feathers. That might be good for some potions, headache potions to be exact. She nod. I didn't like the thought of Tom getting mad at me because I had others smell on me. And I wanted him to be happy. I waved her goodbye and went to my class. Surprisingly it wasn't empty as I thought it would. T2 mentioned students were there, talking to each other mentioning the okamis and how they felt a magic rush. The Ravenclaw boy, Mr. Parkinson, and the Slytherin girl Miss Pruitt. Hello, Mr. Parkinson and Miss Pruitt. What can I do for you? They weren't expecting me to be there, but I was like a shadow. I could be seen, not seen or ignored. Hi, Professor Phantomhive. We were hoping you could bring us 2 okamis. The boy asked the adult. I believe we have found our familiars. Was it Emma? Yes, said the girl. Familiars. Noctum came flying and rested in my hair. Stromae got around my neck. I nod again. Happy they found their animals so soon. If you don't find them, you will always think on part of you is missing. That part cannot be changed for a new member on the family. I'll talk to Martha this evening. Tomorrow, please, come to my office. Together we'll part and see the okamis again. You won't need to make any kind of paperwork to have them in the school. If you have a problem, come to me immediately. They nod and thank me. I was tired. I wanted a cup of tea, maybe read a book while having a little piece of carrot cake. I didn't want to have dinner at all. As I said, I cleaned my classroom. A wave of magic and, ta-da. It was done within seconds. Before going to the Great Hall, I caught a book. A surgery muggle book. I loved surgeries. It was like a new topic I liked to read. It gave me some good ideas for new potions, and as a potions master that is imperative. I went to the hall, my familiars still on me, but I wouldn't care. Today I wanted to relax for a bit. My head was aching. I felt as if a hammer was hitting it. Tom's paw. I saw as he entered. He had his familiars with him. We connected our eyes for a moment. His were full with love. How I loved him too. I smiled at him. His checks tainted with red. He was adorable. I saw as he brought a book with him. I didn't like much the relationship he had with that other professor, but he was happy. Tom, is that your guardian? Asked Malfoy. I nod. I think you two look good together. I couldn't do anything else but smile, a big sincere smile. It's good you think that. That was the start of a beauty. Full friendship between the Dark and the Malfoys. I ate my fish, but glanced at my sub. He didn't have much of an appetite judging by his food. He wanted to relax and calm himself. He didn't normally Avenue mint tea if it wasn't because he felt ill. I will need to talk to him. I saw him as he left, his book already finished, cake half eaten, yet he left. Not a good sign. I decided to go after him to his dorm. Sweetheart, are you all right? He said. No, he nearly fainted. I felt his forehead, he was burning hot. I led him to his bed and into it. Why didn't you tell me? This would have happened even if I didn't want it to. I need my mates, Tom. I'm in no situation to leave your side, and you are not my only mate. The problem is that they are not born yet. With each word that left his mouth I became paler. I wasn't the only one. I was lost in thought. I felt as if something bit me. Noctum was trying to stay awake while hurting me with its beak. Stromae had lost consciousness too. Harry was pale. He was convulsing as if he was under the Cruciatus curse. Death had appeared on the meantime and its scythe was dangerously close to my neck. I told you to keep him happy, and your rage has caused him to lose consciousness. Stupid. And all because he is so powerful. He told Yo he had various mates. He has 3 in total, counting you, all of them males, and the 2 have not been born yet. You, Dad, everything is okay, I can deal with rejection. Oh, my boy, you cannot. You will die if one of the rejects you. His fingers touched the pale skin of his left cheek, blood tears coming down the god's face. No, Harry, my everything is fine. I love you. I said I accepted you. You are my love, my unique man, my beautiful, incredible sub. If you have more mates, it's alright. I can deal with them, but I need you. Tom was crying, Harry's hand between his, providing Harry with his touch and comfort, something he loved and needed in that moment. He was slowly recovering from tea. He thought of being left alone by his actual dom, though now he could imagine himself living a good life with his unborn mates and Harry. Maybe, if they wanted, they could have children of their own. I was surprised of myself from thinking that. A family. Before Harry came into my life, I was made clear no one would love me. Now I could have a family. I kissed my sub. He sighed in delight. Death nodded to us. I cuddled with Harry. I cuddled with Harry. Harry's paw. It's been quite some time since we traveled through time. Yet again, Dad, Merlin, told me that finally the future has changed and I had a mate, a wonderful mate that treated me with so much care. Though he has been upset, he wasn't fond of the idea of meeting Sev. Indeed, he was furious about that fact. But I can't do anything at all, that is the problem. I can't do anything. We have been living in the Phantom Hives manor. Tomorrow, I'll go to London, specifically to my mate's house, to accompany him to buy his things for the upcoming year at Hogwarts. And his first by that. I sent Joel to make us some light dinner. I sat down at the sofa, with Death next to me, giving me some support. I fell down. Tom hasn't come back from that walking. I was feeling as my sub was hurting. He will come back. Dawn, 0T worry, child. You just need to give him some time. I nod to what my daddy said, because, even if Merlin was my biological dad, Death has always been the for me. Yes. Could I go to my room? I liked how Daddy hugged me, but I wanted to be alone, even though that meant I was going to wear long sleeves tomorrow. He didn't show up until late. My puffy red eyes were aching. I felt so lost. I made new cuts. I couldn't think clearly, so I guess I went to the bathroom and grabbed the blade. I saw how he entered. He saw me, his face drained of color. Harry. I'm sorry. He really was. I could tell, but it hurt. He took the blade away from me, called Sir Hot to bring the first aid kit with him. He treated my wounds. I need the 3 of you. I need you all. I cried on his shoulder while he gave me a hug and kissed my forehead. Have you eaten? I said. No. He sighed, taking me bridal style downstairs. It has been a year since we left Hogwarts. Dumbledore tried to directly kill Tom during lessons. He obliterated him. Thanks God for Tom's quick reflexes. I will never know how he has them, but I am glad he did. Due to that action, Dumbledore was sent to Azkaban. He must have gone out by now. Tom's paw had to treat wounds today. I would have to matured. Yet, I am still jealous of that new mate. Once we ate, I carried him back to our room. The bed was made larger just yesterday. A new wardrobe was made in our dorm, a part of the bedroom across from ours. Tom. I turned to him. He sounded small. I saw as he made himself smaller, his subside was showing. I need a hug. He begged, and of course, I complied. Sweet dreams, my little sub. I said with a kiss. The next morning, I found him by the table, downstairs, talking to Death. I grew fond of the skeleton. Eating blueberry pancakes. He nodded eagerly. I want some too. Harry chuckled and another plate appeared on the table, in front of him. Thank you, sweetheart. I kissed his cheek. They turned red. I loved how cute he was. Today, I will give him his letter. He told me, pointing to the letter that lay next to him, on the table. Okay, what is his name again? I forgot about it. Severus. Severus Tobias Snape. After 1 hour, we were prepared. Harry gave me his hand and teleported us to a dark alley next to the house. It looked normal, a common house, except when we heard screams, they fade. We looked at each other. We opened the door with a kick I gave. Blood. It was everywhere. Then, we saw the dead body of a woman. A small child had a gun. He had black oiled hair. It seemed sticky as if it hasn't been washed. Frank. I saw that the boy had a gun and the adult a knife. I didn't know what to do. I turned to Harry, who mouthed, "Police." I saw a phone, so I used it, trying not to be seen. Harry's paw. I made the adult lose consciousness, thanks to a spell I created. I turned to Severus, who threw away the weapon in favor of going to his mother's side. He was pale. He had clotted blood on his arms. I saw many blues on his face. My heart turned with the sight. "Mum, please, open your eyes." I slowly walked to him, to receive a bullet to my left wrist. "Don't come nearer her." Sev had another gun, or maybe it was the same one. I started feeling lightheaded. "I am not dangerous, Severus. Just came to tell you that you will be enrolled in Hogwarts, as your mother has already told you." "Hands up." Another voice was heard. 4 police officers came into view. "The man tried to kill the child, here is the evidence," said my Tom. Tom was very intelligent. He filmed everything since we entered to the conversation I started with Sev, except my last sentence in the bullet, even though I don't know how he managed to do so. "Okay, we will take the man to prison." "Thank you, sir," he said while shaking hands with me. He was under the Imperious curse, therefore he didn't ask more questions. He left not long after. I turned to my second mate. He was reading the letter. It probably fell of my pocket when I was hit. His eyes were big. "Harry, you were bleeding." That was Tom calling my name. He took of the bullet of my body with a Leviosa charm. I didn't know he could use it that way. He transfigured the weapon in a bandage. "We will have to wait to arrive home if you want to be cured." "Maybe later." I said, "We have a long day awaiting for us. I am Professor Phantomhive, Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to meet you, Severus Snape. Here is my child, Tom. You will be staying with us until we can search for you a decent magical family you can stay with. Until we arrive home, I won't tell him anything. I will give him some time to get used to us." Severus paused. I hit my professor with a bullet. In front of his child. He didn't seem to care at all. But that was quickly set aside. Why did he want to take me in? Will he be like my father? Can I really trust him? Why did his own child called him Harry? Those were some questions the dressed in black man hasn't responded and probably won't respond, till we reach what is going to be my new home. I have lost Mum. She was incredible. She protected me from Dad when he was drunk. I was going to miss her. I wanted to stay a little bit more with her. I have things I want to bring with me. I said coldly. That is all right. Go and get them. He answered me. He sounded like a father or a lover would. That was strange to think. He sounded like a father or a lover would. That was strange to think. Severus paused. So, he took my things. He made them tiny, I suspect by using magic. I wish I could prevent those strange things to happen around me. I had to take his hand. We appeared to an alley. I remember that some weeks ago, I came with Mum here to buy some potions we needed to take care of some wounds. I suspect you already know this, but welcome to Diagon Alley. First, we will go to buy you some cloaks, some other clothing too, buy you the books you will need and at last, your wand. If you find something you like, don't hesitate to tell me. Was what Phantomhive told me. He sounded tired and very sad, but I just gave him a nod. School stats in a week and I need all the things on the list. Tom, the same goes to you, though, I think that you won't need anything. All right, thanks, the other boy said with a smile. Wait, after all, we will be visiting Gringotts. Are Severus to become a member of our family, just the surname. Are you okay with that, Severus? No, I won't be changing my surname. If anything must be done, it will be the adoption papers, but nothing else. I said coldly. Immediately his eyes became dull. That is fine too. The other boy sent me a killing look, but I couldn't care less. We entered many different shops. The apothecary, where I asked for random ingredients. We bought robes, cloaks and everyday outfits as well as some pajamas. We entered the emporium. I found a lovely owl, black, like me, with black eyes. I asked for it. I felt a rush inside me. Well, congratulations, Severus, you found your familiar. He said. I saw how a bird appeared on his hair and an enormous snake surrounded his neck. The phoenix is Noctum, the snake is Stromae. He said, presenting me to them. This two are my familiars. I nod. Mater, I don't like that boy. I heard something behind me, I couldn't understand what it was. I know, but he is my mate, I can't do anything about it, the teacher said back. I was surprised. The shop attendant fell to the ground. My teacher did a spell so that he could come back to his senses. Go, it's free. I decided I would call my bird, Salvatore. We went to Gunther to the wand store. I noticed how my teacher was in pain. He kept his hand covered by his cloak. 10 minutes later, the weird man told me to hold another wand. My wand is made of dragon heart strings as core. Its wood is walnut, 20 centimeters long. Let's go visit my friends. My professor said. Tom's paw. I didn't like this Severus. Yes, I felt the connection creating between us. But I could have afforded to lose Harry because of him. Harry was bad, very bad. He hasn't said anything for a while, except for what he had said now about the goblins. He wanted us to be a family, and if Severus rejects him, he won't be able to live like he would like. Hello, Grin, it has been long. Again, Goblinghood, we attracted everyone's eyes. Master. They hugged. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Goblins, hugging a wizard. Well, what are you here for, Master? Now, we could understand them. My very old friend, Grin, I have a new addition to the family. Harry said tiredly. I see, you don't look fine. Wanna stay on my spare room having a siesta? You look horrible. Now, that was unexpected. Goblins around us kept doing their work. Magical people were freaking out. No, but thank you. Though one of your coffees sounds delicious. I would accept one, if you could prepare it for me. He said, Harry and his coffees. Of course, come in with me. We followed him to his office. Harry sat down with the help of the goblin. Being rejected that way must hurt, even if. Severus knew nothing. The goblin gave Harry a cup of coffee. I could see how delighted Harry was. Severus, cut your finger with this scissor blade. He did. The blood was mixed on a potion, and so, as it was spilled on the paper, we found that Albus had a spell on Severus. So he would reject his mates and be more like a puppet, waiting to be manipulated by Albus. Thank you, Grin, a lot. Harry said while bowing to the goblin. I was astonished as it was the first time Harry bows to someone showing respect. Master, no need to do that, said the creature, helping Harry to his swinging feet. Severus paw. I saw Harry differently now. My eyes were closed by the actions of that man. I felt as a rush of magic connected with Harry's. I didn't know what was happening, but I could feel his magic run through my system. I will explain to you the sudden rush, but wait until I treat my wound. I nod. I was relying guilty for the shot. We went out of the bank and traveled home the same way we came, by the invisible straw that made me lose air. Welcome to the Phantomhive Manor. Hope you enjoy your stay. A pair of butlers was waiting for us. Joel, Sir Hot, I present you my new mate. Sorry, audition to the family, Severus Snape. Helio, Master Severus, they said together. I felt like royalty all of the sudden. Go upstairs. The room opened as yours. I nod and followed the indications. It was amazing. My room was gigantic. My 4-posted bed had black blankets and gray pillows on it. I had a lot of space for myself. I had a desk on the left and an enormous wardrobe. My window had views to the front garden. I could see part of the forest and the shadow of the gates on the distance. I most likely will love my stay. I put my new things Harry bought for me today on my wardrobe. The potions ingredients were set apart, so that Joel could help me setting them on my new bookshelf. Master wants you downstairs, for dinner. I nod and follow the butler, though after that I will realize it is a woman. Downstairs to find Phantomhive sat on the table, while his hand was being revised by Sir Hot. I nod and follow the butler. Though after that I will realize it is a woman. Downstairs to find Phantomhive sat on the table, while his hand was being revised by Sir Hot. Harry's paw. My hand was being revised, it hurt, but not so bad. The only inconvenient I had, was the hurting feeling of one of my doms being away of me. My sub was hurting pretty bad. Thank you, Sir Hot, dinner was good and my hand feels better. I thanked him. I excused myself from the table. I went straight to my room. I left both of my mates behind, but, at this point, I could care less. I didn't care, I just felt horribly down. I went to lay myself on my bed. I thought about telling Severus the relation I need for us to have later on, once he is in second year, though, at this point, where everything has started to hurt. I felt lonely. Joel, please, give me a pepper-up potion. She appeared with the vase. I drank it. Immediately, my humor went upwards. I started feeling better, not much. Tom's paw. Hey, Severus, I know this is a new life for you. But you must know something. Harry is an incredible person and I won't tolerate that kind of behavior towards him. His life depends on both of us. I seriously said, I can only imagine what he has gone through, but I love Harry and he is far more important than Severus. He is my life. Ah, how can a life depend on other people? As if I am going to murder him. I don't actually care if he dies. Though, I have a preference towards him being alive until I finish my magical education and get a job of my own. Then, Phantomhive won't have any use for me. He's just someone that will help me reach my goals. As Severus finished saying that, a scream was heard. My ears bled out of it. Severus covered his own with his hands. I run towards Harry's dormitory, being followed by the other mate. I pushed things out of the way. The scream was heard again. I opened the door wide open. I saw him, fetal position on his bed. His bloodied wings were covering his body. His heart was racing and blood came out of his eyes as tears would do. The sight was horrendous. I wanted to puke. I heard a sniff from behind. Severus had tears of his own. I wanted to touch him, tell him everything was all right. Not the case. I think he followed me out of instinct. Death, Mortis, what is happening? I asked, desperately. Tom sat down on the floor, taking Harry's trembling hand on his own, giving it a kiss. Severus paw. My son, my son. Death appeared next to Harry. It was a skeleton, somehow so very different from how the Muggles painted it. On the bed, hugging him close to his non-existent and cold chest. I was astonished Death had a child. Was it Harry? He dared to reject you. I advised you, my child. He said slowly. Harry tried to nod. He exited a small whimper instead. I know he has rejected me. It hurts too bad and I gotta work tomorrow. I was feeling bad. Very bad. I was watching as that creature was laid within the arms of Death, crying bloodied tears on the skeleton. Inside me something was punching me to kiss the man on the bed. Third paw. Harry still had his job at Hogwarts with the enormous pain he was in. He highly doubted he could do his job. He was certain one of his mates would reject him. The agony was back at full force. It felt as if his uncle was giving him pain once again. The angel lost consciousness. The skeleton turned to the mate he thought was the one who hurt his child. He took Severus from his collar. You, Severus Snape Phantomhive, in the god's opinion, the kid didn't deserve that last name. Hurt my kid. My child is an unreadable creature, full of love and care. You were supposed to protect him, and yet, you reject him. The god made a cut on the kid's cheek with his scythe to the 11 years old. He didn't see a about the tears and the blood that poured out of the little cut non-stop. Severus was left crying. Even Tom pitied him, yet, he dared to hurt Harry. Tom growled and transformed into a basilisk, the king of snakes. Death nodded towards Tom, and left, thinking that his child was left in good hands. The enormous snake slithered towards the unconscious man and sat beside it. Severus dared to give a kiss on Harry's hand again. Noticing how cold it was and how neon his gains were. The snake, meaning Tom, pointed with his head towards a book, the book he has read to understand what Harry needed and what he was. Severus got up and took it. Hey, I don't know what happened, but I wanna help somehow. He reached forward to touch one of Noctum's old feathers, receiving a bite from the phoenix. He then proceeded to go downstairs to have a look at his new book. Later on, early in the morning, Harry was the first one to wake up. He was decided to move on, even if he felt on fire with every breath he took. It was natural, he thought. He will need to deal with it. Slowly, he got downstairs to prepare some pancakes. His head was hurting, his wings were still covered by dried blood and his lungs didn't provide him with enough air. He found Severus asleep. He put on him a cover, as he saw how he trembled, even if it pained him treating Severus with such care. The sweet smell of well-cooked pancakes woke up the dormant snake and the boy of the couch. Severus found the cover he was covered with and stared closely at it. He saw the hurting adult smiling at it. He felt his heart break in shame. "Morning, sweetheart," Harry said towards the boy, who gave him a peck on the lips. "I feel better. Sorry if I woke you up with all the screaming, Tom." "No, Harry, it doesn't matter. Today you need rest." Tom brought the things Harry cooked to the table. The sub was still trembling, notoriously, which had Tom scared and Severus filled with guilt. He knew what to do, but didn't know how to approach Harry. He knew what to do, but didn't know how to approach Harry. Severus paused. We tried to eat as normal, but the heavy atmosphere was impossible to miss. Harry wasn't eating as much either. He started playing with his food. He was trembling. Tom was eyeing him with such care on his eyes. Mine were watery. I ended to talk to him somehow, yet I didn't know how. I rejected him. I was aware of that. I noticed Tom flinching every now and then. He must be feeling a portion of Harry's pain. What pains me is that he still treats me like a king. Well, I will need to go to Hogwarts as it is the start of the year. You need to go to the station or Hogwarts Express will part without you," he said before struggling his way upstairs. Silence formed between Tom and me. I was doubting Harry's words. I had a strange feeling. Something was definitely odd. "Are you conscious of what you did?" he asked me. I nodded, tears on my face. He said something under his breath. It sounded like, "You don't deserve him." Which is true. He saved me. He had such a kind heart that he can't even shout at me. He should scold me and yet he does nothing but treat me well. I was left with my thoughts as Tom got up and started searching for Harry. Muttering something. "He isn't here anymore. His presence is gone." I stood up and searched around the manor. Sir Hot and Joel helped us. I was running, opening every single door on my way just like the rest. I was desperate to find him. I needed to apologize. We kept shouting. "He isn't in the bathroom. He isn't in the kitchen." I wanted to hear. I found him but that didn't come. According to the book, I had 2 weeks to accept him as a sub or he will be in pain for the feast of his existence. We met up in his room. His nodashi, a really enormous Japanese sword, was gone. His bow and arrows along with his combat clothes weren't in their places. He shared a look between the four of us. I started crying. Why did he feel the need to battle? Is he okay? Is he going to come soon? Tom's paw. Severus was feeling what he did to Harry, I could tell. I helped him up from the floor. We went downstairs. I asked Joel to make us some tea. Hopefully that will make me relax. Knowing Harry, he will have searched for the last that maid we don't know about. As Severus rejected him, his sub felt the need to search for the other dom. That made sense in my mind, but why to take the weapons with him? Why to wear combat clothes? I sat on the sofa, Severus next to me. Does he know how to battle? He asked. Of course he does. Why now though? Was it because the pain was too much? That was a mock, from Harry's bond. I could feel a potent hurting feeling. I slapped Severus. Apparently, he came back to reality. You are stupid. I stayed staring at the fireplace. Severus took a hold of the blanket Harry used that morning to cover him up. He started sobbing, hugging it. My heart ached for him. I hugged him from a side and started whining for all to be okay. We ignored Harry's order of going to Hogwarts. But we have a major reason, right? I started having a headache. My shoulder felt as if it was on fire. My ankle started to hurt too. Are you okay? I nodded. Harry isn't okay. I shouted. Sir. Hat came and gave us both a sleeping draft. He told us that if Harry came, we would be the first ones to know it. 10 hours. We were starting to wake up. A knock on the door. Quickly, I run to open it. I smiled. I welcomed Harry with a smile. I opened my eyes. I wanted to puke. I called Severus with urgency on my voice. What happened, Tom? He asked groggy. I shook him. He screamed. That alerted the butlers of the emergency. Severus paused. Harry had a blonde child between his arms. Death was behind Harry. It was covered in blood. I ignored it in favor of having a closer look at my sub. He was profusely bleeding from a wound on his shoulder. He entered limping. Death disappeared, telling us that he left Harry in good hands. I took the blonde boy. He was awake. He was hurt too, but nothing compared to Harry. I felt a push towards the blonde, and this time, I was not going to make the same mistake I did. I pushed the sleeping 11-year-old on my back and carried him upstairs to Harry's bed. Reheat was there. Surrounded with potions and bandages and needles. Blood kept pouring out of the immense wound of the shoulder. I held to look away. Wound is tough. It isn't going to close. It was made with an arrow, yet it isn't closing. Sir Hot said to Joel, who was helping the 11-year-old I brought in. His side is as good as new. His arm was broken but not too severely. Sir Hot did a hum, but said nothing. Tom and I kept staring at what they were doing. I heard from Harry his name is Draco. Draco Lucius Malfoy Pentamhive, as since Harry saw him, he accepted him and vice versa. The women nod towards the butler and kept doing her work. I, Severus Tobias Snape Phantomhive, accept both Harry Phantomhive and Draco Lucius Malfoy Phantomhive as my mates for now and until death do us apart. A sudden wave of pain entered from my bond with Harry. Was this how my rejection has affected him? I lost air and pressed both of my hands on my heart. Merlin, it was as if it was about to explode. Tom sadly nodded towards me, answering the question. I'm so sorry, Harry. I heard Harry sigh in relief. He smiled even though the pain was still there. I took his pale hand on mine and kissed it with passion. I, Tom Marvolo Riddle Phantomhive, accept Draco Lucius Malfoy Phantomhive as mate from now and until death do us apart. Draco smiled. We both entered the big bed, asking Tay butlers to leave us alone. Tom was on the left, then Draco. Harry and I on the right side. Harry's wings shot open. They were now pure white, no blood on them. He cuddled us with them. I loved the warmth provided by the feathers. I loved the warmth provided by the feathers. Harry's paw. I wasn't hurting. All I felt was love radiating in waves from the three mates I have. Draco was now the lost piece of our pack, and I am grateful for Severus. He managed to take the pain away, yet I felt as if I obliged him to do it. I stood up, a bit dizzy from the blood loss from yesterday. That Dumbledore. I hate him, not that he can do anything right now. My sub was hurting, telling me to go to the blade, that in reality Severus doesn't love us and that he did that because of guilt. I did as my sub recommended. I got the razor blade and traced lines on my tights. I covered them myself with an unnoticeable charm. I went downstairs to prepare us some pancakes and tea. God knew I needed it. I was deep in thought. I didn't notice Tom until he hugged me from behind. I mastered a smile and put on his plate 2 pancakes and gave him his hot chocolate. Thank you, sweetheart. He kissed my cheek. I think he could tell something. G was wrong with me, as the bond from my side was blocked. I most likely didn't want him to suffer my sub's discontent. Morning, Harry, said Draco. He gave me a peck on my lips and eyed me as if something was off. Behind him, Severus came to view. He kneeled next to me. He made me stand up. I really tried to get away of him, but as he used his dominant voice, I only could obey. I felt my trousers being pushed down delicately. He also told me to stare at his eyes, so that I didn't get confused with memories. I felt as the glamour was going off. Tom cried. Draco hugged me from behind. Severus kissed the scars. I was the cause of this, he said after kissing them. Don't worry, my sub made me believe you didn't love us. He kissed me on the lips. I opened my mouth to let his tongue in. I moaned out of pleasure. I love both of you, he said with a smile on his face. I felt as hot tears formed. I was so happy. We finished breakfast and we were left alone. I decided it was time to explain. Yesterday, Death told me our last mate was in danger. I tried to make you go to Hogwarts so that you didn't have to worry. I guess I should have chosen the bond then. I smiled sadly. I went to get my weapons. I didn't know who I was going to battle. I appear aged in the Malfoy manner. Dumbledore has killed Narcissa, Draco's mother. Lucius was trying to kill Dumbledore, but to no avail. Draco was hit by a cutting hex. He crushed with the floor, breaking his arm in the process. My sub was hurting. Draco tried to send me his force. He noticed I was his mate. As Lucius sent a Cruxio to Dumbledore, I and Draco did the ritual of acceptance. I felt for Draco. He kissed my cheek in order to continue the tale. Dumbledore sent an Avada Kedavra to Lucius. He died. Draco wanted to go to them, but a next was going his way. I did a Protega Maxima to protect him. I was hit with a magical arrow on my shoulder. I fell to my knees and rolled to avoid being shot with the Avada. I threw Curtius at him. I explained what that hex was about to the audience, as my mates threw confused looks at me. It is a cutting hex. It cuts organs, from outer to inner organs, killing the person in seconds. I caught Draco. In my arms as a broken bone charm hit my ankle. My sub was hurting still and I don't know how I managed to come here. I kept feeling awful. Tears formed in my eyes. Draco's family got killed because Dumbles knew he was my mate. He probably heard that prophecy that was about you, Draco. I'm sorry. I felt as Draco kissed my lips in a slow motion. I slowly went out of my panic attack. I was distressed. What would have happened if Death didn't contact me? He would have been dead. Shish, calm down, Harry. He threw light kisses around my neck and made Severus kiss my left cheek and Tom my right. I felt so loved and cared. I let my sub speak. Draco's paw. Thank you for loving me. His voice was low and was acute yet cute. His wings covered us in a groupal hug. I was afraid when I saw Mum's dead body on the ground, laying loveless. Then Harry came and presented me to my actual family, my mates, even if we are all dominants and he is the only sub. We will manage through this. Of course we love you, our beautiful sub. I said on his ear. We saw as he blushed and kept complimenting him just to see that vein redness change into a darker shade. This was a new start in my life and I loved it. Harry, thank you for rescuing me from the orphanage. Tom said between kisses on his right hand. My sub, thank you for taking me out of the hellhole my house was and for taking care of me even though I hurt you. Severus had tears in his eyes just like Tom. Harry and I had a tough start too, Severus, nor me, expected that. That is a story for another time. Severus and I nod. It was my turn. Thank you for saving me, Harry. I would be dead if it wasn't for you. I said while hugging him. My doms love me with all my scars, they still like me. He said in his sub voice, he still had some insecurities, but in our care. He will flourish again. We like you very much and we will always be with you. We said together. He similes, the biggest smile I have seen in him. Severus and Tom were taken aback by it. I love you too, he said. Though the bond we could tell that Harry indeed loved us, we sent the same feeling thought it. We went upstairs and went straight to bed cuddling all together with Harry's wings providing us with great comfort. The end.